Welcome to The Dark Divide, a podcast that takes a seat, dangles its legs over the edge, and stares into the abyss. This is the story of David Russell Williams. On the evening of January 28, 2010, after an uneventful shift, an Ontario provincial police officer took her normal route home along Belleville's Highway 37. The mild Thursday was getting colder and calling for a little bit of snow, but the conditions on the road were ideal for a dark winter night. Usually traveled by locals or drivers looking for an Ottawa shortcut, the 28 miles of field and forest, peppered with homes here and there, is mostly rural. The major community of note you'll come across is Tweed, a small village of just over 6,000 people. Attracting tourists mostly in the summer for its quaint cottage atmosphere, traffic is at its high, with an increase of 144% compared to the winter months. But slow traffic wasn't the only reason that the officer found a random SUV-type vehicle parked up the road strangely from a single standing house to be a little suspicious. The last few months had found the small Ontario community subject to a slew of break-ins from what the locals had now nicknamed the Tweed Creeper. The suspect, who had still managed to evade police, had escalated to binding his victims, assaulting them, and thankfully leaving them alive. For weeks now, there had been a lull in the activity, but police were still instructed to stay vigilant. It was clear that the perpetrator was stalking his victims, making sure to pick females who lived alone. And the officer didn't know it at the time, but her instinct had been spot on. Around 450 feet away from the driveway, it would make sense for a visitor of the home to park there. She pulled up to the house for a closer look and knocked on the front door. The little bungalow sat on the east side of the two-lane highway, surrounded by a couple neighbors and a wide-open field. Unfortunately, the knocks went unanswered, as its occupant, Jessica Lloyd, was still driving home from hanging out with a friend in Kingston, with a good 40 minutes left of a 1-hour drive to go. The cute country vibe perfectly fit the personality of Jessica Lloyd, who'd made the family home her own just 8 months before. If anything, the wide-open space along the frequented road had made her feel safe, despite the isolation. Later, it will be devastatingly unfortunate that the officer took the dark house and locked patio as a sign that everything was fine. Maybe if she had walked to the back of the house, she would have noticed that the back patio door wasn't secure. Or maybe the man who owned the SUV, who was standing in the dark perimeter waiting, would have been too shaken to continue his mission. Maybe if the officer had bothered to inspect the vehicle, taking down its plate and model number instead of just noting it was an SUV type, the information would have surfaced sooner. But none of that happened. And as Jessica's car pulled in, she didn't even see the vehicle parked along the property line up ahead. She didn't know the man had already been inside. Noticed the mail addressed only to her, the lack of signs of a roommate or partner. She would tuck herself in, expecting that her regular Friday morning routine would be the next thing she'd wake up to, unaware that her back door was unlocked, unaware that she was being hunted. Cedric David Williams and Christine Chivers were a couple that knew how to command every room that they walked into. Cedric, who went by David, was just 24 years old when he was offered a position as a research metallurgist at Chalk River Nuclear Facility in Deep River, Ontario. Once a top-secret installation offering assistance to the Manhattan Project, it now produced medical isotopes. David had been the child of a British civil defense officer, and intending to continue the privileged lifestyle of his childhood, an offer like this was worth moving his entire family from England to Canada. The country was in a desperate need for skilled technicians, engineers, and other specialized workers, and would make it worth their while. So in October of 1963, a 21-year-old Christine would pack up their home, along with their 7-month-old son in tow. She was a physiotherapist herself, and confident that she could secure work easily anywhere. Of course, Deep River hadn't been exactly what they were expecting. Existing in its own little bubble, it was populated with a few thousand people, many employed with the nearby facilities. Even today, the population sits just over 4,000. It offers an extremely low crime index, beautiful views of the Ottawa River, and the newcomers would be spoiled with luxurious amenities like yacht clubs and tennis courts. And even if David was a big fish in a small pond, he would still provide a life for his family that allowed them the cream of the crop. David and Christine were your typical 60s parents. They had an easygoing attitude about family time, prioritizing their own freedom and socializing over staying at home to play mommy and daddy. Known to pay babysitters to stay sometimes as late as 3 or 4 in the morning, networking with friends and colleagues was just as important to them as their parental duties. The two had married while David was finishing up school, moving on to acquire his PhD. And maybe from the outside, nobody had suspected that from the very start there had been a sort of expiry date looming over the couple. A lot of their connection was built upon status and convenience, but some days they couldn't even stand one another. But what was at stake, an entire life built over so many years, always seemed too historic and valuable to tear down and begin again. Even a lot of their closest friends were surprised when they separated in 1969, just a year after they celebrated purchasing a home together. By that summer, Christine would take her 2 boys and file for divorce. David Russell Williams and his younger brother Harvey experienced a bit of a dramatic shift in their new norm. And during the bitter divorce proceedings, Christine will accuse her husband of adultery, somehow having proof of him with another woman at their family home on 3 different occasions. Attempting to nab him for going against their marriage that was still very much legal, Christine avoided exactly how this information fell into her lap. Had the children accompanied her on evening stakeouts, peering into the living room windows from the distance of a dark street? Either way, everyone will move on. The judge granted the divorce, and Christine would receive support until both children were 16. Ironically, Christine will end up falling for the husband of the woman David was sleeping with, leaving Deep River behind just 4 weeks later. Similar to his father, David Russell would prefer to go by his middle name, taking his stepfather's last name to keep town gossip at a minimum. And despite the major childhood plot change, Russell would excel at a speed that would impress any parent. He was smart in school, always effortlessly ahead of his peers. Eventually experiencing a bit more city life, the family would end up relocating to a Toronto neighborhood in the Scarborough area, and the change in scenery started to boost his confidence. Although he was shy and awkward, he was also known to be a bit of a class clown, always trying to score attention in the most mischievous manner. He was a band geek who had enough friends to feel like he fit in pretty well. And by the time he graduated, he knew that whatever he wanted to do in life, the main goal was to be successful in both status and wealth. After an acceptance to the University of Toronto in the late 80s, he majored in economics, with his sights set on a professional ladder to climb. Russell held down a part-time job at Red Lobster, got a basement apartment, and excelled in his university classes. But he was no stranger to hanging out in the dorm rooms. He had this running joke that he would stand for hours in the closet of a friend's room, waiting for them to return from class to scare them. Quite the character, to say the least. His strange sense of humor didn't always come across, but he was fun to hang out with. And the late 80s were a great time to be in Toronto. Everything felt exciting and possible, especially if you were a hopeful finance bro. The dark side of city life also peppered his experience there, as the campus was eventually on the lookout for a serial rapist. Although they never crossed paths, the infamous rapist and later murderer, Paul Bernardo, had majored in the same economics program and graduated 2 years before. But unlike Paul, Russell had started to fall out of his focus when it came to economics. Maybe inspired by his grandfather's footsteps, the possibility of a prestigious career, or just a nice check to cash, he set his sights on something bigger. He applied to both the Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or RCMP for short. And after a long and rigorous hiring process, he would pass on the RCMP acceptance, waiting to hear back from the military. After seeing Top Gun, Russell had found a need for speed in himself as well, fantasizing about specialized aviation and propellers cutting through clouds in blue skies. It had pretty much come out of nowhere, this pilot obsession. And in the spring of 1987, Russell was accepted and dispatched to British Columbia to start basic training. Some friends might have expected Russell to have a rude awakening of reality contrasted to the fantasy he'd built up in his head, but instead he thrived. Starting off as an officer cadet in basic training in Chilliwack, BC, Russell was impressive and eager. Less than 4 months after his arrival, he'd already rank as second lieutenant. Channeling his inner maverick, he was obsessed with being the best and with earning his wings. Flight training was in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and it was anything but easy. His grades had gotten him far, but total devotion would need to take him the rest of the way. Even if basic training was usually a great method to quote-unquote weed out those who really lacked the skill and smarts, it was nothing compared to what he'd face next. Successfully becoming an Air Force pilot is quite the feat. It requires a keen awareness, a wise diligence, quick reaction time, and recalling knowledge with ease. Pilots need to be in great physical condition, undergoing rigorous medical fitness screenings, neurophysiological assessments, in-depth eye exams, as well as physical requirements of a pilot that must be met. But Russell never lost sight of his goal. He was able to be completely and utterly committed in a way that many of his peers were not. After 3 years, he earned his wings and was promoted to lieutenant. During all those long weeks away from his home base, he'd eventually find himself in the company of a woman who had him absolutely smitten. Mary Elizabeth Harriman was 5 years older than Russell and just as ambitious when it came to a life of status and luxury. Mary's father had studied geology upon his overseas return from World War II, eventually starting a successful mining career. Her parents had moved to a small town shortly after her birth. Being the proud daughter of a decorated soldier, the two of them found so much common ground in their similar upbringings, and Mary understood him in a way that other women hadn't before. Not that he'd had all that much dating experience in his life, but Russell struggled with the vulnerability and understanding that connection took. But with Mary, it was so opposite. During his time off in Moose Jaw, he'd drive several hours each way just to see her. They'd talk for hours over dinners at the best restaurants and share visions of a future that seemed to effortlessly blend together. But Mary didn't exactly plan on being a kept woman. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in applied science, she'd also work hard to obtain her master's in adult education. Like Russell, she strived to be the best in whatever she focused on, and he encouraged that drive in her, sometimes by just existing. He was so punctual and responsible, so professional, ambitious, and yet so gentle. Her parents were thrilled she had found someone who reflected their own family values, and Russell fit right in. After getting his wings, Mary would rent out an apartment with him in Manitoba at his new post. Sharing a similar disinterest in starting a family, they would instead adopt a kitten named Curio. And with that baby makes 3, they would be married less than a year later. On a Saturday in June of 1991, a small ceremony with friends and family would make it official. For a time, Mary played the part of a military wife perfectly, never batting a lash at the sudden news that they would be leaving one place and heading to another. With his base closing soon, he was posted in Nova Scotia in 1992, and Mary would follow, of course, devoting her free time to building her career and securing a promising position. Russell continued to excel and impress everyone, especially her. Just 5 years before, nobody would have pegged this dweeby numbers guy to eventually be some badass pilot, doing tricks at air shows or patrolling the coast, being chosen for jet missions and well-liked by all of his higher-ups. It was beyond charming, how he could go from practical and quiet to cutting through skies like a superhero made of steel. Both on the job and off, Russell was always even-tempered and respectful, never giving the impression that he was better than anyone else, male or female. And he wasn't just professional, he was always early, always ready, and always prepared. His shoes had a shine, his uniform was pressed and cleaned, and if he was tired, you'd never know it because he didn't yawn, even through long work hours and time zone changes. Through his actions, he commanded respect effortlessly. After yet another promotion, they would relocate again, this time to Ottawa. Russell had landed himself one of 12 elite positions, chauffeuring around dignitaries, political leaders, and the occasional celebrity in a 9-passenger luxury jet. After years of brutal training and climbing from the ground up, this was about as cushy as you could get in the military. Out of harm's way, with little risk and no involvement in warfare of any kind, Russell managed to live both like a pilot and a rock star. After becoming a lobbyist for the Canadian Heart and Stroke Foundation, Mary was finally longing to plant actual roots. The excitement of never making a place home had worn off, and both of them were ready for some consistency. In August 1995, they bought a home in the suburbs and began building a routine that worked for the both of them. For them, it was an ideal setup, even if some people might have thought it was a little strange to enjoy so much time away from your partner. But Mary's position was demanding as well and involved plenty of travel. When they were together, they made the most of their time off by going out to dinner or sometimes seeing friends. They also liked being alone together in a way. They'd boat out on sunny days, Russell fishing off the side while Mary was glued to her latest book. Out of the two, Russell was actually the less reserved one, but both really kept to themselves and liked the comfort of a quiet life. And they weren't the affectionate type. Even in conversation, they didn't call each other pet names or speak lovingly, but it was obvious that there was an unwavering mutual respect there. Russell's next promotion in 1999 would involve a desk job in Ottawa, fortunately not requiring him to relocate. Russell Williams was now a major and planning to climb as far up the ladder as he could get. Even though he wasn't regularly in the cockpit, that wouldn't stop him from staying in top physical condition as much as possible. Having been a runner since his college days, he prided himself on willpower and consistency with all things. This opportunity would also grant him time for school as well, and by 2004 he'd receive his master's in defense studies. A promotion to lieutenant colonel would have him appointed as commanding officer of 437 Transport Squadron of CRB Trenton, which was a group of around 80 people who were responsible for things like escorting dignitaries, delivering military supplies, and traveling with troops. And Russell would even be given his own assistant, who was surprised when he wasn't as engaging as the others she'd worked under. But when Russell was at work, he was there to work. There was very little room for much else. After many back-and-forth visits to the base, Russell decided that the easiest thing to do would be to purchase a second home there, just something small and humble, giving him a chance to settle in during more hectic weeks at work. The commute from Ottawa was just over 3 hours, and not something he could sustain for a long time. Taking advantage of the Canadian Forces relocation program to help cover moving expenses, the military contributed $4,372.50 to help the couple purchase a cute cottage near the base. Cozy Cove was the epitome of a cottage country escape, and Mary loved the idea. The settlement in the municipality of Tweed is right on Stucco Lake, and the cottage had a massive patio overlooking miles of water. It had a fireplace, large bedrooms, beautiful light. They moved in during the summer of 2004, with Mary often driving down to spend the weekends helping Russell decorate and getting to know the area. Now an ideal vacation spot after retiring a lively part of the logging industry, Cozy Cove was the kind of place where simple life had remained untouched. People didn't lock their doors or check their Halloween candy for razors. Neighbors knew each other's names and families and routines. There's annual music festivals and car shows, fireworks in the summer and carnivals in the winter. And yet, this new chapter of both prize and peace would eventually become Russell's biggest undoing. Even out of the sky, he remained the go-to guy for the most prestigious and important missions. In May 2005, for what would become one of his most well-known moments in his career, Russell was hand-selected to pilot for both Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, during a visit to Canada. Photographs were taken to commemorate the moment, a beaming Russell beside a tiny queen decked out in a fantastic lime green number. Of course, as a married man, he would sometimes have to make up for this relentless loyalty to his job with things like a 7-day cruise to the Caribbean. That, in particular, had been a promise after missing the holidays to act as commanding officer for Camp Mirage, working over 80 hours a week under the hot Dubai sun. But in between the demands of his high-pressure job, life was extremely simple. Like a boy free to get all his toys, between his boat, brand new speakers for a surround sound system, the latest computer accessories, and a digital camera with all the gear, Russell tried his best to keep himself occupied when he wasn't on the base. He had always lived with an undeniable restlessness, and a self-discipline that struck even the hardest go-getters with shock. Rain or shine, wedding anniversary or holiday, Russell would jog, Russell would work, and Russell would demand each day be marked with a task. As he moved up in rank, he still consistently got enough hours to maintain his pilot license and also his chances at continually being chosen for promotions and key missions. But as summer 2007 was coming to a close, he dreaded the cold of Ontario, creaking his bones and making him feel his age. Russell was only 44 years old, but in Air Force pilot years, that's much older. Even the strongest aren't immune to the effects of military life, which was something Russell had dove fully into right from the start. And he had already begun a pharmaceutical regimen to treat his ever-worsening arthritis. It isn't exactly clear how he was able to maintain his pilot duties while taking some of those medications, but he wasn't stupid. As valuable as he was now, he couldn't keep it up forever. Sure, he was good behind a desk, he was great with people, he could work for days without complaint. But Russell's biggest contribution had always been his flying. And in the least, he could kiss those days goodbye soon, unable to avoid military medical requirements forever. He was also considered older for a pilot, and it was the 20th anniversary of him entering basic training. It wasn't unheard of for most people to retire at this point. A medical discharge altogether could also be a possibility. And then what would he do? And worse, who would he be? Every collected medal had been another badge of identity for Russell. He hadn't known anything else. And there was something about retirement that sent a panic through him when Mary would talk about settling down for their golden years. Beneath this calm and composed leader was still an awkward and strange boy with something yet to be pacified. Throughout the years, no award or accolade had managed to appease the thoughts he'd kept to himself. Desires that had seemed tame until they stopped being casual and started becoming compulsive. For years, Russell had dreamt of suffering and decay, of taking without asking, like a snarling animal ripping meat off the bone in the dead of night. Nobody knew that this man who had never raised his voice, had spent hours screaming, had bellowed his threats out to the four walls of that cozy cottage when he was alone with his wildest demons. At least that's almost what it started to feel like. Russell's peculiar fantasies split off into their own secret entity in a way that he could no longer stifle. These lonely evenings all of his hard work had earned him somehow became a penance. This new bacheloresque lifestyle was triggering something in him that he had long since tried to shove down deep inside. It was a Saturday night in September when Russell would use his digital camera to document crossing that line. Breaking into a neighbor's home after they had disclosed an upcoming vacation, Russell would fill the memory card with photographs of their youngest daughter's bedroom, her closet and clothes, and specifically her underwear drawer. And he didn't just peek in and leave. He spent over 3 hours there. He knew they weren't arriving home anytime soon. He knew they didn't have a security system. Being the trustworthy and notably employed guy that he was, this was just the beginning of using his well-established image as a way to manipulate those around him. He'd go as far as taking pictures of his erect penis with the young girl's underwear, even taking self-portraits trying them on. In a disgustingly brazen move, he would even ejaculate on a few pieces of her clothing. After 3 weeks of no reports and absolutely no mention of anything strange, he would do it again, this time over the span of several hours, taking some of her underwear with him, along with dozens and dozens of photographs wearing her clothing. Clearly, the thrill of getting away with it hadn't just ignited some sort of gratification in him immediately, but a need to constantly outdo himself. If Russell's tenacious military career had shown anything, it was that once he set his sights on something, it was only a matter of time until he got it. This breach of privacy thrilled Russell, and in a way his voyeuristic tendencies were piqued with surprise as he watched himself act out things he had only fantasized about. He would break into the same house throughout September, into houses on his street, homes a few blocks away. The bedroom community seemed to remain oblivious or too unsure to make any reports. In the same way he was able to quickly assess mistakes and apply that information in the military, these repetitive break-ins weren't just about getting his kicks. Russell was refining his skills. Smiling at his neighbors, knowing full well he had raided their young daughter's underwear drawers, was a micro-test of what he would do on a much larger scale later on. Because bigger crimes require bigger lies, and it was a role that Russell seemed to play with ease and most likely pleasure. And there was no closing this Pandora's box, nor did it seem that he stayed satisfied for very long. If he could have, he would have done it every single night, but his career and daily life still demanded some sort of normalcy and routine. But sometimes only weeks or even days would pass before he would once again sneak into someone's home, steal undergarments, and take photos, all the while never seeming to feel rushed. More and more, Russell began to take his time, always promising himself that this time he'd do everything on his list, cross off every need, check off every desire. But no matter how many pictures he took or clothes he stole, the vicious emptiness in him would always return, hungry and unrelenting. When he wasn't actively breaking into homes in his community, he would relish in his past burglaries. He spent hours meticulously saving and arranging all of his digital mementos, making sure they were organized in such a way that he knew the time, place, date, person, etc. Being careful to only ever indulge his fantasies in the bedroom of whatever daughter or woman had caught his eye. Russell would still take photos of the house, its kitchen and bathrooms, other bedrooms, family photos or bills, personal information, and otherwise. He'd also organize those into folder collections on his computer. And sure, this may have been risky, but the chances of Mary ever needing to use his computer was rare. Even if she did, Russell made sure to hide folders in other folders in other folders, all under mundane labels, creating a digital maze where only he knew how to find the prize. Russell had always been organized and obsessed with the details. Even in college, his academic work matched his room, neat and tidy, leaving no corner unturned. By June 2008, it had been almost a year since his first step into a double life that was now taking on a force of its own. Growing within him was also a nipping anger. The lack of reports caused a strange dichotomy for Russell. He liked getting away with it, but he wasn't used to slipping under the radar without credit for all of his impressive work. And this was some of his best work. There was no instruction manual. This was cunning intuition. Russell started playing around with his vindictive curiosity. How far could he push it? Leaving creepy notes on computers, he would thank his victims for whatever he stole, letting them know he'd been there. Merci beaucoup, an empty page would read. No doubt chilling for a person who may otherwise have never known that someone was rummaging around in what they considered the safest place for them to be. Christmas would be a lonely one for Mary and Russell that year after having to put their cat Curio down. In an unusual fashion, it was one of the topics he was more open about at work, expressing how emotionally traumatic it had been on them. But 2009 would still start out extremely promising. If it wasn't so disturbing, it would have been impressive how Russell was able to not only maintain the demands of his career, but continue to excel further. Clearly being prepped for even higher ranks that required strong bilingual skills, he was enrolled in a 6-month language course, which would end just in time for his promotion to colonel and commander of CFB Trenton. Only one of 86, Russell once again proved that if there was more to do, he could do it and be one of the best at it. Doing his best to compartmentalize these two versions of himself, he always found the time and opportunity to break into whatever home was on his radar. And Russell had anointed himself with a metaphorical promotion. He was now bold enough to walk around the homes completely naked, unbothered by the idea of the added vulnerability. Even though a few reports had finally gotten the attention of an OPP task force on the lookout for a perverted creep, he continued to evade them. There was never any indication of where he would go next, nothing ever left behind at the scene. Sometimes Russell was even clever enough to worry about those details ahead of time, like moving a plant pot to block a security camera for his evening escapades. And it wasn't just neighbors or colleagues that Russell was putting an act on for, but his own wife would unknowingly play the biggest part in his shiny image. If there was anybody who would swear that she knew her husband, it was Mary. He was predictable, reliable, punctual, normal. Like the evening of July 24th, when Russell spent hours burglarizing a home before driving to Ottawa to spend the weekend with her. How could she ever know? He never looked or acted any differently. Even his crimes were carried out down to the last minute it would allow. It seemed that since his latest promotion, the increase of pressures would increase the frequency of his crimes. More duties also meant more reasons to be away from Mary without a second thought. This had been the future that they'd talked about working towards for years. And in carving out her own sense of independence, she had equipped herself with an emotional resilience that many women around her thought admirable. It wasn't easy to spend all of that time on your own, being the man of your own house with an empty side of the bed. But those desires had never really been key for either of them. Yes, they loved each other, but their relationship mirrored both sets of their parents in many ways. Leisure and golden years would come. But for now, Mary and Russell valued the aspects of their marriage that allowed them to build up their individual goals. And Russell knew that a happy wife meant a happy life. It wasn't long before they sold their home and upgraded into a trendy neighborhood just outside downtown Ottawa. It was Mary's dream home, luxurious, spacious, and well-lit. The second she laid eyes on the 3-story townhouse, she could instantly map out where their furniture would go, see their holiday dinners cooked in the kitchen, the art on the walls. It screamed the elegance that she had dreamt about owning since she was a little girl. And Russell was more than happy to give her this giant toy. No doubt the perfect distraction to keep her preoccupied for months of unpacking and painting and planning. And for anyone else, these notches along the proverbial belt of success might have been enough, but Russell's sexual excursions would only continue to escalate all summer long. And it wasn't enough to go to a house once anymore. Sometimes it would be 3 or 4 nights in a row of the same one. More photos, more modeling with lingerie on, more snooping. Sometimes he would move items so that later on he'd be able to score better views through the window. As risky as his behavior appeared, Russell thought himself extremely careful. And if Russell had begun to feel his age and career catching up with him before his first break-in in September 2007, then surely the challenges of this double life would come with taxing consequences. He was regularly losing sleep, obsessively strategizing, and hurrying from one place to another to meet deadlines and make meetings. September would be an intense month for the base, the beginning of new operations that required even more from Russell, including a trip to Nunavut. Coming off quiet and professional, he kept to himself for the journey, staring out the window in silence for hours. But Russell's mind was busier than ever these days. Images of spattered blood against the stark white snow suddenly refused to leave him. It wasn't enough to sneak around anymore. It wasn't enough to try and score a view of their faces when they discovered their belongings were gone. The chilly tundra would amplify the bleak nothingness of withdrawal from his usual activities. 3 days later, the group of military personnel would leave the icy tarmac at 6 a.m, bracing for a long 13-hour flight back to the base. It was still early evening when Russell walked into his Cozy Cove cottage, feeling antsy to get his kicks as soon as possible. He cleaned out the memory card of his digital camera and went for a jog. Just 5 hours later, he would flip the script and step into a role that would slowly consume Russell, along with everything around him. Whenever Mary was out of town, Russell would usually keep to himself, seeing to their perfectly manicured lawn and his perfectly maintained physique. He'd go for his daily jogs around the neighborhood with nothing but the sound of small-town silence and his feet hitting the pavement, accompanied by thoughts he could never outrun. The darkness would descend around him, bringing clarity to the inside of the homes he passed, like snapshots on different channels of a television screen. He would scan his surroundings like he always did, living his military training like it was a part of him now. But there had been a new thrill in mind that he was seeking, and instead of assessing for threats, he was hunting for prey. It was then, on the night of September 17th, 2009, that he passed by a house with a woman living inside that he'd seen before while out on his boat. The strangest thought followed in his mind as he slowly jogged by the yellow of her living room light. She must live alone. And indeed, this 20-year-old Jane Doe did spend most of her time alone, since her boyfriend's job required him to be away for weeks at a time. He had offered her to stay at his Cozy Cove home, a sweet and safe neighborhood, recently separated and a new mother, Jane felt like this could be a wholesome start for her baby. She had her boyfriend's mom on speed dial if she needed anything. She locked her doors and closed her curtains and felt safer and slept deeper than she had in a long time. The two of them had moved in just about a month ago and were finally settling into a nice routine, one that unfortunately had missed locking a very thin window that may not have even stopped Russell's determination anyway. It had been like a dream when Jane was jolted out of her sleep with a strange pushing sensation on the back of her head. It only took seconds for her to realize that she was awake and a man was on top of her, pressing down, and before she could manage to get a sound out, covering her face with his hand. Russell would encourage her not to fight back for her own sake. Thinking of her 8-month-old baby, Jane decided on a different approach as well. She complied, and after Russell commanded her to get on her tummy and not look at him at any point, she tried to make normal conversation. "You don't seem like a bad person," she encouraged. She asked him if he worked, if he ever gets bored around here. He told her to shut up, and then eventually asked, "Where's Dad?" She almost genuinely laughed, letting out a slight chuckle, thinking about how every single minute of every single day was usually spent doing every single thing on her own. "How do you know I'm not a single mother?" Russell had been fairly certain on his instincts, but he hadn't been able to do his usual prodding and peeking about Jane like his other victims. A part of him was sincerely curious. He asked her name, to which she gave a fake one, and how long she'd lived there. He hadn't seen her around much. But the niceties were just to buy himself some time, keeping her calm while he strategized some more. He hadn't exactly come fully prepared. "I need to control you better," he said. She could hear the sound of fabric tearing as he used her pillowcase for makeshift strips of binding. Securing her wrists behind her back and covering her eyes, Russell could finally be hands-free to start what he had come for. "What are you doing?" she asked, hearing noises that she didn't quite recognize. "Don't worry," he said in a deep, calm voice. "I'm not going to hurt you and I'm not going to rape you." And even though Jane was aware that he could be completely full of it, there was a part of her that relaxed into that hope. So far, he'd been surprisingly calm after their first tussle. "Is that a camera?" Jane could hear the tiny beeps and clicks just a foot or so away from her. "I'm really nothing to look at since I gave birth. I'm not attractive." She stuttered with a true sense of shame, trying to dissuade him. But Russell assured her there was nothing to worry about, fondling her breasts and telling her to take her pants off. "But I thought you said," Jane started to remind him, but he yanked them down and commanded her to spread her legs, this time the calm in his voice almost completely gone. She could hear the noises of the camera, taking what sounded like dozens of photos while she lied there in a sense of humiliation and dread she'd never felt before. Every single minute felt like an hour. Every single second she wondered if she was doing the right thing by just staying still. She kept thinking about her baby in the next room, telling herself it would be all over soon. She was unable to place the sounds around her while Russell rummaged his way through her drawers, taking what he wanted and leaving the rest, as well as bed sheets and blankets, probably getting rid of any DNA, Jane thought to herself. "Can you please just not leave me without any clothes on?" And to her surprise, the intruder wouldn't just replace her pants, but lead her to the crib upon request, so she could check on her baby. That warm breath against her cheek was the best feeling she had ever experienced in her entire life. It was almost good enough to block out the fact that the man was still touching her body, her breasts, his figure pressed against hers. She could feel his chin against the back of her head, making a note of his height and body type. "I want you to count to 300 before you remove the blindfold." The severity in his voice returned. Around 70, she started to taper off slowly. "Keep counting," he snapped at her, still watching like a test. 197, 198, 199. Jane began to fiddle with the pillowcase strips, pulling them off her wrists and removing her blindfold. She called her boyfriend's mother first, just on instinct, and then dialed 911. It had felt like forever. Glancing at the clock, she was surprised that it had only been a couple hours since she had gone to bed. Understandably, in a place like Cozy Cove, an event like this wasn't something the police were used to dealing with. Luckily, they were diligent in the matter and started collecting evidence right away. They took anything that Russell hadn't, the pillowcase strips and remaining cases still intact, and also swabs from different areas of Jane's body, including the back of her neck where Russell's sweaty hand had spent a lot of time touching her. As terrified as she had been the whole time, Jane managed to give an impressive description for a blindfolded victim. He was between 30 and 50 years old, about a foot taller than her with an average build and no glasses or facial hair. She thought he might be a dad because he came across as a dad type to her with the way he communicated, and he had been walking around in heavy shoes that sounded like hiking boots. He smelled sweaty and dirty, and he had a ring on a finger, but she wasn't sure which hand it was. Jane left Cozy Cove the next day, the idea of a tiny utopia untouched by the dangers of city living now completely shattered in the worst way for her. Russell would show up for work as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as ever. Clearly testing where the boundary of his own limitations were, he would go to Jane's twice more, stealing underwear and taking photos. Unaware of how Russell had gotten into the house in the first place, the window was still open. Luckily, Jane wasn't there. This whole ordeal had pacified nothing in him. If anything, it was back to the drawing board. He would refine his skills and strike again in less than 2 weeks. Something about this escalation had set off a sort of vindictive thirst in Russell. No longer the shadow looming in secret, his own knowing wasn't enough anymore. The force in touching and stealing things that wasn't his without anyone being the wiser had given him a rush of power exceeding any feeling he'd gotten from a job promotion or accolade. But he wanted to up the ante. Russell had no challenge being respected in pretty much every area of his life, but he had never been feared before. And suddenly, he realized that was the golden ticket. By September 25th, he would break into the home of Anne Marsan Cook more than once, stealing sex toys and rummaging through her personal items. After the discovery, she weighed her options with a male friend and decided she should spend the next few evenings at his place just to play it safe. The next morning, she stopped by her home to pick up some things and was horrified to realize the burglar had left a snarky note on her computer, threatening to embarrass her with a call to the cops over some stolen dildos. Luckily, Anne would never have to find out what would have happened to her if Russell had indeed still been inside her home, listening to their conversation about whether they should report the break-in. Even if they had apparently never crossed paths, both Russell and Paul Bernardo were two sides of the same coin. They would commit crimes banking on elements of shaming their victims, using tactics to incite humiliation and embarrassment. And unfortunately, it usually worked. It wouldn't be until years later that Anne would realize just exactly what kind of nightmare she had ever so slightly escaped. Lori Massicott had met Mary at a local Christmas party once, and only living a few doors down, she was definitely no stranger to Russell Williams. But she would have no idea that it was the quiet military man who kept to himself that was waking her out of her sleep in a smothering panic. It was around 1 a.m. on September 30th when he punched the side of her head repeatedly, her young daughter's Barbie blanket covering her face. He knew that the 47-year-old mother lived alone after previously breaking into her mobile-style home. This time, he was also aware that the visits weren't an escalating need, like the military drills of his youth. These were test runs. And to Russell's surprise, the police nor media had shared anything about Jane Doe. If they had, Lori would have most certainly made sure that every window and door was sealed shut. But even through the small mentions and rumblings of strange behaviors that had been occurring in the small bedroom community, Russell had managed to stay completely under the radar for 2 years. His victims were either unaware, chose not to report, or when they did report, police often felt that it had been specifically targeted to them and them alone. In a way, they were right. Russell often stalked his victims for some time, but by now he was a serial offender. Whispers circulated around the cove that authorities figured this new girl in town had staged the whole thing. Some dramatic attempt to get her boyfriend to quit his on-the-road job, or maybe pin it on the baby's father as a revenge tactic. They found the description of language, such as the request to roll over on her tummy, to be cutesy. Paired with the fact that there was no penetration involved, maybe the police were too bewildered to attempt a profile. So less than 2 weeks later, if Russell felt anything, it was confidence. Lori had fallen asleep on the couch to Law and Order shortly before the break-in. She could hear the sound of the television still on in the background, feel the softness of the baby blanket while she struggled to break free from beneath the weight of whoever it was. Somehow, she had enough presence of mind to simultaneously be thinking about how absolutely insane it was to process. Stuff like this didn't happen in Tweed, let alone Cozy Cove. This small bungalow had been her sanctuary for the last decade since she moved there with her second husband. She left the corporate world and decided to raise her 3 daughters from her first marriage full-time. But a long on-and-off struggle with substance abuse would eventually be too much for her relationship. Her oldest daughter was all grown up, and her twin teenagers were now living with their father. She did her best, sipping her coffee and running errands, fixing up her tiny garden or taking scenic walks near the lake. But it was hard, always figuring out how to fill up time that felt so lonely. With no children and no partner, feeling too out of touch to jump back into a career again. Sometimes the days of being an empty nester hit her like a train. She'd lose herself in a couple bottles of wine and snuggle close to her daughter's outgrown baby blankets, trying to make the most of a simple existence that sometimes reflected nothing of what she had hoped for herself. Introducing a different tactic, Russell explained that she was being robbed, and it was then she felt the full weight around her throat with 2 hands. "Please," she begged, telling him she had children. "It's my job to control you. Don't you dare challenge my authority." Lori tried to recognize the voice, but she couldn't place it. Her first ex-husband wasn't a great guy. He'd threatened her before. Was it possible that he had put this guy up to something? Although, Lori noticed that it was awfully quiet for a burglary. Even though he said there were others, she didn't hear a second set of steps or another voice at all. Lori offered up a list of her most expensive items, hoping to get them out as soon as possible, unaware that Russell was there to steal something entirely different, her dignity and her sense of safety. Eventually, she asked to sit up so she could have a cigarette, but that request was denied. He began to tear off strips of another blanket, and as he tied them around her face and restrained her, Lori was sure from the sensation she felt that he was holding a knife. Similarly to Jane Doe, Lori attempted to bring no attention to what was actually happening. This fawn response was both subconscious and conscious, as Paul Bernardo's victims ran through her mind. He had claimed to kill one of his victims after she removed her blindfold. Maybe if she could just be respectful and humanize herself as much as possible, this wouldn't go far. Plus, after the initial blows to her head, he was being strangely polite. As the scare subsided into a constant tension, the blows she sustained were starting to pound through her skull. "Can you get me some Tylenol? I have a pounding headache." And to her surprise, he kindly agreed. "There's a coffee cup with an apple core in it over on the stand. You can just toss it and use that for the water," Lori instructed. He asked if she needed to use the bathroom, but she said she already had when he choked her. "Sorry about that," his voice said, losing all stern tone for a second. It was surreal to hear these mundane pieces of conversation leave her mouth, and she continued to make as much small talk as she could in between Russell claiming to go check on the others. Russell unzipped his camera bag, ready to finally start the peak of his mission. The noises terrified Lori, thinking he had a gun. "It's not a gun, see?" He pressed the camera against her cheek, pressing the buttons so she could hear the tiny beeps. Touching her, lifting her shirt, fondling her, and making remarks about her body, Lori started to fear the worst while he took photographs. Then, without warning, he slid her shirt up the middle, ripping it off her. With every move, she felt more exposed in every way. Where would these pictures end up, she wondered, as he took the initiative to push and pose her himself. Tugging at her pants, she begged him to stop, reminding him that she was covered in pee. "Why are you doing this?" she pleaded. "So I can get on with my life, and you can get on with yours," the voice told her matter-of-factly. What may sound like a strange answer is probably one of the more honest reasons from Russell. His compulsions called the shots. He would stay until what he came to do was finished, and maybe even a part of him believed that after tonight, he would be somehow satiated. Posing her naked body however he pleased, Russell took dozens and dozens of pictures, instructing her to hold her limbs a certain way or complimenting her physique. Lori continually tried her best to comply and not react. "Please stop," she would occasionally beg. "It needs to be done," he said, sending a chill through her body. She continued to be dehumanized by his hands and mouth until she heard him say, "I'm running out of time," giving her another string of hope to tie herself to. But Russell was just talking about his camera battery, and under the guise of once again checking on his break-in pals, he would go to replace it. Promising it was his last demand, he told Lori to stand up and pose once again for photographs from every angle. He allowed her to sit back down on the couch, covering her back up with a Barbie blanket and leaving her alone once more. When he returned, he said he had another demand. Really, he promised, this was the last one. He explained a pose that he wanted her to get into involving the couch and armchair. Lori was sure that he was going to do something soon. Kill her, shoot her in the head. She wasn't sure, but she knew this was it. She wasn't going to live through this. "You'll have to help me get into that position. I can't do it myself," she told him, feeling small and humiliated. Her limbs trembled as she held the pose, feeling his breath against her arms, her thighs, her back as he invaded her personal space for extreme close-up photographs. When she was almost ready to collapse, he allowed her to sit up on the couch, tucking the blanket around her legs. Even though the pillowcase he had used to blindfold her wasn't that thick, all she could make out the entire time was the tiny red camera dot taunting her like a nightmare lighthouse in the distance. She didn't know that he was taking photographs around her, his erect penis near her body and face. How much longer could this go on for, she wondered. Surely he'd been taking pictures for hours. And then, just as she finished that thought, the sound stopped. The red light disappeared. It was done. Unable to place the noises, she heard him rattling around her living room and kitchen. "What is that?" she asked. "I'm wiping my fingerprints off your coffee cup," he told her. "Don't forget the Tylenol bottle," Lori fawned, trying to still prove herself useful enough to keep alive. "Good thinking, Lori," he thanked her. "Please don't let him kill me. Please don't let him kill me." The soundtrack of her mind repeated like a prayer. Buying himself more time than his last encounter, he instructed her to wait at least 10 minutes. And she did. Hearing a few loud bangs, especially a big one against her garage door, she stayed as still as a statue. Unsure how long it had been, what felt like hours really, she pulled the pillow strips down off her eyes. She lit a cigarette and inhaled the smoke with a relief she had been anticipating all night. Turning the television back on, she saw the time in the corner, 4:45 a.m. She was in shock. She was terrified. Grateful that the perps hadn't cut her phone lines, she dialed 911, still unsure what she was even reporting. A burglary, but not really. She told them everything she could. She wasn't sure if she knew the person, if maybe her ex was involved, or if they'd been on drugs of any kind. And then she sat there waiting until an OPP officer was at her front door, ready to take a statement that almost exactly mirrored Jane Doe's terrifying account. According to Lori, she had felt even more humiliated after the police arrived, who said they were unable to remove her restraints or the blanket until the crime scene photographer arrived hours later. In the meantime, they collected evidence and asked her questions. Lori got the feeling that they didn't totally believe her. No doubt, in a place like Cozy Cove, where everybody knows your business, she had her own reputation from secret battles that unfortunately weren't so secret. And Lori was sick to her stomach when she caught wind that the police had thought maybe she was just copycatting Jane Doe's attack. But how could she copycat something that was only town gossip? The major details hadn't even been shared with the public. She was shocked when they told her that the same thing had happened just 12 days before to another woman in the area, assuring her they would release a notice to the press about the connection between the two incidents. It was too little too late for Lori, who had suffered the consequences of their hesitance to such a traumatic extent. Even the media warning was slightly inaccurate, claiming both victims had been tied to a chair by an unknown intruder during the early morning hours. But in the least now, the public was aware that they needed to be on the lookout and diligent about security systems and unlocked entry points. Protecting the integrity of the case, they would omit any descriptions. Russell would read the notice with only a slight amount of unease, feeling like he was still 10 steps ahead. He felt like his plan was foolproof. And his identity alone, his position of power, was like a protective bubble he relied upon greatly. Even when the OPP would conduct door-to-door checks, they would pass by Russell's empty home while he was at work. Commander of the nearby Air Force Base? Certainly no reason to go chasing him down. Lori felt as though maybe the police just didn't think what happened to her was as big of a deal as it was to her. On one hand, they had been empathetic enough and taken a serious approach to any medical care or possible evidence. But on the other hand, she felt the same disregard that they had obviously given to the Jane Doe incident, enough not to even make an official statement. And technically, yes, she hadn't been raped. Overall, the temperament of the assault itself had been quite mild in terms of aggression and violence. However, the authorities weren't there in the home with him like she was. Lori knew they were underestimating the amount of compliance that he had continually demanded under serious threat. She'd been convinced he was going to kill her. And she was convinced he might still come back to finish the job, especially since she had told the police. Considering how careful he had been regarding evidence, Lori didn't feel very hopeful that they'd catch her attacker. It wouldn't be until a few days after her assault that suddenly she realized she did know the voice of that man. She phoned the OPP immediately to tell them. It was the mayor of Cozy Cove himself, Larry Jones. Even though the 65-year-old, beer-bellied man didn't fit the description Jane Doe had given, they took the claim seriously. Maybe Jane had just not felt his mustache. Maybe he'd taken his glasses off. Standing at 5'11" and around 215 pounds, he was a totally different body type than they had on file. But if there was one thing small city cops knew, it was that trouble always resides where you least expect it. These sorts of towns are exactly where people like that are able to hide in plain sight. Larry was a beloved member of Cozy Cove, known to pretty much everyone. Married to his high school sweetheart for over 40 years, he was literally the last person anyone would have suspected to prowl in the night attacking women. And of course, Larry himself would completely deny the allegations, offering up both fingerprints and DNA without hesitation. He told them there was no way in hell that they would match anything of his to either scene. After nearly 4 hours of questioning by the police, he also agreed to take a polygraph test the following week, when they could have a specialist come conduct the exam. With nothing to hold him on, he went back to his house, which by then had been ransacked by police. He had been aware of the items list on their warrant, but most of it was things he didn't even own, besides a tablet and computer. They took a few vintage Playboy magazines he had totally forgotten he even still had. Strangely, they'd left his 10 firearms behind. He was confused by the severity of the crime, yet the leniency of his release. But that's how the law works. And if Larry had been guilty, this would have been a great time to skip town. But luckily, like most legal rights, the other side of that coin is mostly to protect the innocent. If police had nothing on Larry to hold him, he was free to go. But that week remained one of the worst and longest of Larry's life. Unable to fully clear his name, the quiet rumblings of a twisted small-town politician burned through the cove like a forest fire. He got dirty looks wherever he went. Those who would normally stop to chat suddenly seemed to gaze the other way, frantically searching for a distraction to steal their attention. By October's end, Larry would be officially cleared after passing the polygraph with flying colors. But for months afterwards, the doubt still lingered in the air. Just relieved that he was no longer a part of this insane mess, Larry was just as baffled as everyone else. Each night, he would lock up his doors and windows and drift off to sleep in the quiet dark, completely unaware that the very man they were actually looking for happened to live right beside him. Where more disorganized offenders often struggle to compartmentalize this kind of double life, Russell's ever-demanding career only amplified a need to detach from the details of his personal affairs. But he was spreading himself thin, having to maintain the high standard in every area like he always had. More than ever, now was not the time for a slip-up. He had to be more careful, he would scold himself, thinking of how Lori had reminded him to wipe the Tylenol bottle. And he would have to become more resourceful. Next time, he would pack a bag. The suspicion on Jones had given him a few weeks of what was the closest thing to bliss that he had felt in his day-to-day life for over 2 years. Russell wasn't immune to anxiety, but he had so much knowledge and power on his side that there was little to fear for now. Even when it came to Mary and the hundreds of stolen items of women's clothing hidden amongst both houses they shared, he didn't just know her so well, he controlled her so well that it wasn't an issue. The new home in Ottawa was the perfect reason to no longer have her coming back and forth to the cottage, which, also newly purchased, required some minor construction tasks. Noisy and dusty and ugly. No reason for her to leave her dream home to spend a weekend watching him tear up the place. Her career, too, was demanding in itself. She liked staying busy, she liked moving forward in the Foundation's company, and she liked feeling impressive. Ambition wasn't just something they shared, but a characteristic that Mary deeply admired in Russell. She didn't have a clue that when she was fast asleep, he was using that free time to stalk their neighbors. She didn't have a clue that while her husband remained conservative in their mutually timid affections, he was now sexually assaulting other women. During a trip between bases in September, Russell had conversed with a flight attendant. She was so beautiful and attractive, he thought, so confident as she served dignitaries. Her name was Marie-France Comeau. She had been in the Canadian Armed Forces for a decade, and after just 6 months on the job with 437 Squadron Wing Trenton, was promoted to VIP. The young, vibrant French-Canadian woman struck him with a self-assurance that he almost resented. There was no reason to be mistrusting of this impressive and friendly commander. With plenty of time to fill in the air, they spoke of many things, including the fact that she wasn't married and lived alone. It was like a switch had flipped in that moment, and as much as he tried to repress it, the box was already checked. Just like that, Russell had set his sights on a new target, and it would not just escalate his planning and predatory behaviors, but cross a line into a part of his world that he had done all he could to remain untouched. And as risky as it was to choose a victim so close in proximity, the whole Larry Jones ordeal showed him that his voice couldn't necessarily be placed. Marie-France wasn't someone he regularly interacted with. He was confident that she wouldn't know a thing. And how could she? How would she even suspect that this upstanding man that no doubt she instantly admired professionally would put her on a list like a hunting prize? But Russell was just one of many amazing people that Marie-France had come across recently, and he didn't necessarily stick out to her in a way that made him memorable. She had been in the forces since 17, and was no stranger to being surrounded by important men. Her father was a retired career soldier, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she knew she would have to work twice as hard as the men standing beside her if she wanted to get anywhere in that world. And Marie was no fragile girl. Immediately holding her own, she started off as a traffic technician, loading and unloading cargo from aircrafts. In the hardest and toughest conditions, you never once saw her bat a lash at a single task. Like Russell, she had worked with full commitment tirelessly to land this more luxurious position. Marie-France held a gracious attitude about her work, which was essentially her life. It was an honor and a privilege, traveling to the places that she did, experiencing the local culture, serving politicians, or assisting in missions that what she felt was for the greater good of her country and the world. At 37 years old, she still felt like she was just getting started. This latest promotion had been a whole new chapter for her. She was always sharing new milestones in her career with friends and family, feeling proud of the opportunities her strong work ethic had given her. It had been one big thing after another since she joined Trenton. On the evening of November 23, 2009, She made dinner plans with her boyfriend Paul for the next night to tell him all about her recent trip to India, Singapore, and Japan with the current Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. Having been well-traveled from different jobs in the past, including being stationed in Germany and spending time in Afghanistan, she was crossing dream destinations off her list, one by one. And this recent trip had been so amazing. Fine dining and basically rubbing shoulders with some of the most important people in the world. This was truly the peak of her career. Paul was also in the military, so he deeply understood not just the thrill of these successes, but all the hard work required to have made them happen. Marie was beyond impressive, and he couldn't wait to celebrate with her, especially since things had been a little rocky lately. Being the only one with a key to her house, Marie had been really pissed off to return from a trip to find her underwear drawer had been rummaged through. But Paul swore to her that he would never, ever breach her privacy that way. Plus, that was just really creepy. Her home in Brighton was close enough to the base for convenience, but her life remained out of earshot of local attacks all the way in Tweed. Marie had no idea that her commander was abusing his position of power to look up her personnel file, which allowed him access to both her address information and also any upcoming trips planned. He had already been inside her home, familiarizing himself when she was out of town. He knew that he could get inside through an open basement window, and when he would return, he wasn't empty-handed. This time, he had packed a bag and a much more elaborate to-do list. He would bring his own binding, extra batteries, and even a camcorder. He wanted more material to keep. He wanted more suffering and ultimate control. After changing into a black hoodie, dark jeans, and running shoes, Russell would patiently wait outside with Marie in view. He saw her laughing on the phone, using her hands in the air to punctuate the excitement. The temperature was going down, and in such thin clothing, Russell braved entering the house early to stay warm. Hiding behind a furnace in her basement, he channeled that long-forgotten goofy college kid, standing for hours in his friends' dorm closets. Somehow so much had changed, and yet there he was, in the same spot he had always been, desperate for that thrill of fear in someone's eyes when you have their absolute full attention in the worst way. Marie France loved living alone. The quintessential French-Canadian woman, she was bold and independent, friendly but professional. Even in her personal life, she held a graceful courage, rarely underestimating herself. To those who knew her best, she also held a distinct warmth that created instant comfort. Her spirit was lively, and her heart was beyond empathetic. Throughout her career, she had been exposed to so many people from different walks of life, had witnessed both luxury and disaster. It made her such an interesting person to be around, who could engage with anyone effortlessly. Having come down to the basement and discovered what had his feline senses perked, her cat refused to budge from the bottom of the stairs, eyeing the intruder down. It didn't take long for Marie to realize that Bixby, her pride and joy, was in the basement, and she too was curious about the thing that had it so transfixed. With each step down the stairs, Russell's heart began to thud like a drum. The basement lights were on now. Her spotting him was inevitable. He had been planning to do the usual routine, wait until she was asleep, knock her into submission, and carry out his fantasies for a few hours. But submission would not come easy tonight. Russell didn't know very much about Marie France, besides what he had learned through his previous break-in and what was in her file. He didn't know that she was strong-willed and feisty. As she got down to scoop up the cat and they locked eyes, she shouted with an angry fear, "You bastard!" Russell quickly struck her in the head with the large flashlight he had packed with him. But to his surprise, she kept fighting back, kicking and clawing, hyper-aware of each detail and feeling, right down to the warm blood now dripping down her face. Overpowering her by mostly size alone, Russell would win this fight and bind her wrists behind her back before pulling her to her feet. The basement was mostly empty, a cold room with a concrete floor and pink fiberglass insulation exposed along unfinished walls. Marie was naked now, vulnerable and shaking. Russell pushed her back up against a support beam pole, using clothing he found to tie her until she was unable to move. He quickly pulled out his digital camera to snap a couple photographs, before realizing he was getting ahead of himself. The scuffle had thrown off his checklist. Marie watched as he walked up the stairs, a trail of bloody footprints behind him. It must be mine, she thought. She was probably bleeding pretty badly. Russell had been careful to wear a ski mask in order to hide his identity. Having run through this in his mind a million times, he covered his bases to ensure he would have as much time as he wanted tonight. He replaced the basement screen window he had removed in order to get in, turned off every light throughout the house, and snapped off the house key left on the kitchen table into the lock, making it impossible for anyone else with a key to open the door. He took steak knives from a drawer and used them as makeshift pushpins in the wall, posting up her dark burgundy comforter over the bedroom window. Then he went back downstairs to retrieve his plaything. During the minutes he had been gone, Marie-France had been thinking about what to do. He had told her to stay quiet, and she herself knew there was no use making noise down here in the basement where nobody could hear a thing. With the duct tape over her mouth, she could barely let out a muffled yell. But it was late at night. It was quiet in her neighborhood. The next chance she got, she would scream or make a run for it, she decided. Using every ounce of tactical training she had collected over the years, she would keep her wits about her and fight back. "Don't make a sound," he warned her as he removed the duct tape and binding, leaving the rope tying her wrists behind her back. As they reached the top of the stairs, Marie leapt into action, screaming and making a move for it. Without hesitation, Russell smashed her head against the drywall, knocking her unconscious to the ground. Documenting the night like a horror film, he got out his camera and took 4 photographs, including close-ups of her vagina and wounds from blows he had landed during their fight. He carried her up to the bedroom, laying her down in a slight fetal position while he arranged everything else to his liking. He set up the tripod and camcorder that he packed. Russell had escalated in both preparation and motive. Tonight would just be crossing line after line. Russell grabbed a towel from the bathroom and wrapped it around Marie's head, using duct tape to secure it tightly over everything except a small breathing hole for her nose. This setup would accomplish a few things. It would stop the blood from seeping out all over the bed. It would cover her mouth and eyes to keep from screaming and identifying him. And most importantly, it would remove her humanity. Wearing nothing but his ski cap, Russell turned the camcorder on, spread her legs, and began to rape Marie, who was now semi-conscious and mumbling no repeatedly as best as she could. Russell grabbed his digital camera and took photographs from his point of view as her groans and movements became a little more aggressive. She was gaining more clarity, motioning as if she was attempting to stand. But Russell just used that to his advantage, forcing her in different positions and commanding her to do what he said. He continued to take photographs of every humiliating angle he could while she yelled, "Leave, stop, get out," beneath the wrapped towel. But Russell wasn't discouraged. And Russell wasn't leaving. Removing his ski mask and covering his face with his hand, he continued to assault her, only fueled further by her desperate pleas. The suffering is what did it for him. She begged to have her hands free or even just loosened because they were so tight and painful, but Russell ignored her, knowing that she would just scream or flee if he gave her the chance. Ejaculating into his hand, he turned off the camcorder on his way to the bathroom. The sound of running water struck Marie-France with another boost of determination. Dizzy, nauseous, and blind, she stood up with the intention of making it to the bedroom window, or maybe running out the front door. But she wasn't fast enough, and another smash against her head would once again incapacitate her. Russell turned the camcorder back on and raped her once again, then rummaged through her underwear drawers, placing panties around her on the bed for more pictures and then stuffing them in his duffel bag. He wanted as many mementos from this occasion as possible. Then Russell gets onto the bed, spooning her like a twisted lover, forcing an intimacy that was non-existent. Rocking her back and forth, Marie moaned, "I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die." Russell shushed her like an angry parent, squeezing her painfully tight. Covering her face and the tiny breathing hole with his hand, he waited a short amount of time until Marie went limp. Russell cocked his head to the side like a curious dog, waiting for a twitch or a breath. Using a pillow, he rested his entire weight on her head, and instantly Marie started to move and scream. "No, I don't want to die," she cried. With an impressive kick, she sent him back tumbling to the floor, scuffling and writhing to make it difficult for him to grab a hold of her. "Be quiet or I'll suffocate you," Russell threatened in her ear, once again holding the pillow against her head. Marie-France eventually fights him again, but all her attempts are no match for Russell, and she ends up on the floor. Forcing her back up to her feet by her wrist, he pulls her around like a dog on a leash. "Okay, I'll walk, she mumbles with hesitant compliance. Sitting back on the bed, Marie listened to the sounds around her. All the fighting had slightly loosened the towel, but she still couldn't see or breathe very well. The anxiety and hyperventilating between attacks only made it worse. The burgundy comforter had fallen down amidst one of their struggles. Marie begged him not to kill her, while Russell tacked it back up over the window. Getting dressed and putting the ski mask back on, his eyes were glued to his prey the whole time. "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" Marie cried out. "No," Russell told her, zipping up his jeans. He said he would be leaving soon. In between her pleading, Russell seems deeply contemplative. "I'm a good person. I don't deserve to die." Marie's desperate muffled cries continued on. "I want to live so badly, please," she begged. "Do you expect to?" Russell asked in a haunting tone with no emotion. "Please, yes. Please give me a chance. I'll be so good, I promise. I'll be a good person, even better." Russell reached for the camcorder and filmed her cowering frame. This strong, military woman, now trembling in her own dried-up blood. Using a piece of duct tape, Russell secured it over the tiny nose hole, stepping back to continue recording. Barely able to form words, the mumbled noises began to fade. Please, please no. Marie struggled to breathe. Standing against the wall, she slowly started to slump down, her knees up, her head back. Silence. For Marie France, the nightmare was finally over. She was dead. Russell grabbed the bed sheets and tossed them into the washing machine with an entire bottle of bleach. He removed the duct tape and towel from Marie's head, placing her body on the bed with legs crossed at the ankles for more photographs. End scene. Exiting through the back patio door, which he would leave unlocked, he walked out into the pre-dawn stillness. Russell had an 8:30 meeting 3 hours away in Gatineau, and it was nearly 4 in the morning. He wouldn't have time to go home and freshen up the way he would have preferred. He drove for a while and then pulled into a Tim Hortons he would have passed on his trip if he'd been coming from his cottage. He grabbed something to eat and an extra-large black coffee, drinking swigs of it before it even had time to cool. He had a long day ahead of him. Turning his BlackBerry phone back on, he drove the entire way, stopping only once to toss his running shoes and burn the rope. Later that afternoon, while Russell and Mary were deciding on what restaurant to try in their new neighborhood, the body of Marie France Comeau would be discovered. Marie France would not be discovered until a day and a half later, when Paul showed up to her place to see why she hadn't been answering any of his calls. They'd made plans for dinner the night before, and when she'd given him the silent treatment, he figured maybe she still wasn't over the idea that he'd broken in and rummaged through her things. But Marie usually wasn't one to shy away from expressing herself. If she was mad, she would let him know. It just wasn't like her. Something about her car still being in the driveway in the middle of a Wednesday afternoon struck him as very odd. He knocked on the front door, locked and jammed with the key Russell had broken inside. When nobody answered his yells, he walked around the back to the patio door, able to open it and step inside the haunting silence. It would take him a few moments to make his way to the bedroom, not noticing the occasional marks of blood from both Russell and Marie's feet. When he made his way into the room, a feeling came over him he'd never felt before, and it would stay with him forever, marking him with the memory of Marie's lifeless body, swollen with death beneath the blanket. Running outside, he screamed towards a neighbor. She's dead. She's dead inside the house. Paul could barely breathe. He'd had nightmares before, where he would try to yell and nothing would come out, except this time he wasn't asleep, and it was really happening. Stumbling to find his footing, he hung his head over, not sure if he was going to throw up or fall. Immediately from the appearance of her bedroom, it was obvious that this was no accidental or natural death. He screamed over to the neighbor, asking if there had been any strange people or cars. But life in Brighton, Ontario was just as serene and sweetly predictable as it gets. Nestled between houses on a quiet street, most people moved from places like Toronto and Hamilton to get away from that exact kind of danger. It took Paul some time to gather his wits and realize he needed to call 911. At the exact moment that the body of Marie France was found, Russell Williams was being handcuffed. Raising funds for United Way, the commander took part in a jail and bail game. Offenders had to gather donations to quote-unquote make bail in order to be released. Russell smiled and laughed for a local paper, holding his wrists behind him the same way he had forced his victim to. They raised $1,900. Russell got a pat on the back and drove home to his warm cottage, the view of Christmas lights at the base fading in the distance. Still relishing his completed task with a relaxing evening of organizing his images of assault away in hidden files. He would also have a chance to rearrange and store all of the underwear and lingerie he'd stolen. Russell was extremely meticulous about his earned treasures. Because of his position at the base, he would be one of the first notified about the death. Authorities weren't releasing details, but it had been classified as suspicious. Rumors of boyfriend trouble or suicide quickly ran through the grapevine, but of course, Russell knew what really happened. On December 1st, he sent a letter of condolence to Marie's widowed father, praising her compassion and high standards. Her lasting impact in Trenton would be missed. If there was anything he could do, please don't hesitate. With thoughts and prayers, the wing commander signed it and kept a copy for his personal collection at home as well. Of course, the OPP would rule it as a homicide immediately, but understanding that the integrity of the case would be severely impacted if too many details were shared with the public. With Paul being the only other person who had a house key, along with the fact that Marie had told some friends about his supposed underwear drawer escapade, he would immediately become the first person of interest. And even after Paul was cleared, the police would still believe that this was an isolated incident. Maybe it was because she was in the military or lived far away enough from Tweed and Cozy Cove to seem unconnected. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they were at a loss when it came to suspects or even leads. They were able to recover DNA from the scene and sent it off to a forensic lab in Toronto. But it would be 10 long weeks before the test results would be revealed. If they were in any kind of rush to find their perp before he struck again, unfortunately, that would be far too late. If the murder of Marie France weighed anxiously on him, Russell certainly didn't show it. During the holiday season, the commander would make a few public appearances to connect with the community and collect more notches on his belt of recognition. In honor of the 2010 Vancouver Olympics, the official torch would land in Victoria, BC, with a plan to tour the country in a relay fashion, eventually making its way to Trenton. Russell was hand-selected as torchbearer. "It's so exciting to be a part of history this way," Russell would tell a local reporter, holding the stainless steel flame with the same two hands that had just killed a military officer. The new year would start off high pressure for him, with objectives at Trenton pushing the base past its full capacity in every way. An earthquake in Haiti, a war in Afghanistan, preparations for the Olympics. Now more than ever, Russell depended on his ability to focus past the maximum limit, always pushing his threshold even further. Even his relationship suffered. Mary wasn't thrilled that stacks of unpacked cardboard boxes were still scattered throughout the rooms of their new home. Bold as ever, Russell would encourage her to do what she pleased. No need to wait for him. Considering the fact that he'd made an unsuspecting home for his stolen trophies in a few places there, it's interesting that he wouldn't try to control her. That being said, Mary was Russell's wife, and he knew her like the back of his hand. He knew that she was itching to unpack sentimental knickknacks and order new decor. Was there a chance that she would eventually make her way to one of his many computer accessory boxes? Sure. But it was so slim that it didn't cause him any concern. For years, a printer box had just been a printer box. Why should it be any different now? Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, a growing dissatisfaction gnawed away at him. To his dismay, Russell hadn't gotten his proper fix. He wanted to take full control of someone without his plan being thwarted, without blood and begging and all that mess. But by now, this blemish of murder was something he couldn't just erase from himself. It was there. A new level of monster once again reshaping his MO. Between internal investigations within the military and the authorities still sniffing out leads, it was more than clear how risky it had been to change the stakes. It wasn't like he had been naive enough to think this wouldn't be a big deal, but like Larry Jones in Cozy Cove, he had hoped that the rumors about Paul would culminate into something more substantial. Clearly, in both his career and marriage, Russell was walking a fine line. Sure, he managed to stay a few steps ahead, but any sudden movement, and boom, it would all come crashing down. It was during a dark drive home from the base one January night when Russell passed by a house along the highway, sitting pretty all by itself. The front window curtains drawn open, the inside lit up by a living room lamp. She was gorgeous, whoever she was. He drove by slowly a few times, watching the woman running on the treadmill, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, her athletic frame slightly defined through jogging pants and a sports bra. Russell felt his stomach flip like he'd suddenly been dropped from a great height. He would barely sleep, tossing and turning in sweaty sheets. The fantasy was almost torture in its refusal to lessen. Every time he closed his eyes, she was all he could see. He had to find out who she was. He implored the powers that be, please, let her live alone. And like each and every time before, as he promised himself to follow through on his compulsion, he truly believed that this one would be the one. The ache that hungered with defiance would finally settle its appetite. Jessica Lloyd had spent the last 8 months feeling as safe as ever in her family home, despite the Tweed creep on the loose who appeared to have quieted down anyway. Like many families from the area, she too had connections to the military. Before his passing in 1996, Jessica's father had come to Belleville to retire after 25 years in the Navy. Even though Jessica's brother Andy was only 2 years her senior, at just 15, he immediately took over as man of the house, always making sure that his mother and sister felt protected. In typical brother fashion, if anyone was going to give her a problem, it was going to be Andy. But even if he joked that it was his job to torment her, it was also his job to keep her safe. And he did. Losing their father at such a young age had connected them in a bond unlike other siblings they came across. They weren't just brother and sister. They were best friends. And Jessica just brought that out in people anyway. The second you met her, you felt like you'd known her for years. She was so warm and welcoming, so witty and engaging. She was 27 years old, single, and absolutely loving her independence. When was the next time she would have this kind of freedom, she figured. And she was so proud of her Pontiac Grand Prix, naming the black car Ninja like a pet. She felt accomplished with how she'd spent the better part of the last year making the home all her own, peppered with mementos and art she'd collected. Working in nearby Napanee for the Tri-Board Student Transportation Services, overseeing 645 school bus routes every day, Jessica loved her little life. She loved her coworkers and friends. She loved weekends dancing at the bar or watching the Toronto Maple Leafs games at her brother's place. If you knew Jessica, it wouldn't surprise you that Ty Domi was her favorite player. Tough and mouthy, Jessica would get a kick out of watching his energy on the ice. The complete opposite of her gentle and agreeable demeanor. She enjoyed playing up the tough girl persona sometimes. Night-night, Jessica texted at 10:36 p.m., letting her friend know that she was home safe and heading to bed. She washed her face and brushed her teeth, changed into a comfy t-shirt and sweatpants, got a glass of water for her bedside table, and turned off the lights. There was no outdoor lighting around her home. Once nightfall hits, from the outside you can see everything perfectly, and Jessica, on the inside, unless cupping her face against the window, would have seen nothing but pitch black. Around the house is a huge property line with a few bare trees framing a large empty yard. Over 450 feet away, Russell had parked his vehicle at the furthest point from the house along that line, out of sight from Jessica, but close enough in case he had to change plans. From a previous break-in, he already knew that Jessica lived alone. And as a light snowfall started to illuminate the darkness around him, Russell started walking towards the house. A part of Russell prided himself on the lack of force he usually had to exert on his victims. He hadn't liked how ugly things had gotten with Marie-France, who had repeatedly tried to escape and fight him at every opportunity. Even he had to admit he'd been naive to expect a military woman trained in combat to submit to a male intruder. The undeniable thoughts returned. The compulsion to do it better than the time before would override any ability to control himself. No matter how exhausted or overworked Russell was, these events had become a revival of spirit for him, in the same way that someone might return refreshed to work after a vacation. He desired to once again dive headfirst into his fantasy world where he wasn't just commander, he was God. As usual, he planned to strike Jessica in the head while she slept, rendering her unconscious and giving him a chance to blindfold and bind her. He waited a good while after seeing her car pull up in the driveway around 9:30 that evening. He made his way through the back entrance, took a moment to soak in the silence of anticipatory satisfaction. Right before he was about to hit her, Jessica's eyes opened and locked with his. "Don't scream," the stern voice told her. "Shut your eyes and lie down on your tummy." He instructed her to repeatedly not look at him. Still coming to focus and realizing she wasn't in a nightmare, Jessica immediately did as she was told. Russell pulled out the rope he had brought with him in his military duffel bag full of supplies, tying her wrists behind her using a military knot. "Keep your eyes shut," he reminded her as he dragged Jessica to her feet, forcing her into the hallway for a few photographs. Distrusting and paranoid, Russell got the duct tape from his bag and taped a few strips around her eyes and head, pressing down tightly against her skin. He had learned his lesson from Marie-France when she attempted to leave or fight him every time he left the room. Jessica would not be granted the same sloppy chances. While she did her best to stay quiet and compliant, Russell set up a makeshift studio. He went around the home collecting 3 extra lamps for better lighting, as well as setting up his tripod and camcorder. Paying attention to the random rattling and beeps she didn't recognize, Jessica's chest was rapidly moving up and down. She could barely catch her breath, let alone even comprehend what was really happening. Lost in pitch black, she was unaware that Russell had the flashlight on her and was arranging different lingerie and underwear around her, taking a few photographs as he did so. Grabbing a knife from his duffel bag, he cut her black tank top in half. As she lay there exposed, Russell commanded her with multiple orders, basking in the total agreement and silence of his prey. "Open your mouth. Spread your legs. Close your mouth. Turn around. Sit up. Lay down." Whether a conscious decision or an instant reflex of survival mode, Jessica did what she was told to do. Bound and blind, this was not her opportunity to fight back. "You want to survive this, don't you?" Russell asked. "Yes," Jessica nodded, speaking for the first time. "Okay, good. You're doing good," Russell assured her as he removed her pants and then his. As his hand slipped between her legs, Jessica used every ounce of her wits to not grimace or scream. "Why do you shave?" Russell asked. I don't know." Jessica's tone covered in embarrassment. "I just have for a while now." Every scrap of humiliation and shame he would take. Here he could say anything, do anything, and ask anything that he wanted with no regard to his victim. The notion of respect and professionalism didn't exist in this world. His very own self-indulgent Edward Hyde had once again burst through the seams of Russell's carefully constructed image. Had there ever been a goofy, fumbling kid, or had that been the mask all along? We hear about people going into flight, fight, or freeze when their nervous system reacts with a trauma response. But fawning is often a lesser-known response of attempting to become appealing to the threat. Trauma responses are an automatic choice of the sympathetic nervous system, made through previous conditioning. When fawning, in order to avoid conflict or impending harm, victims will abandon their own needs and tend to the concerns of others. Already quite a selfless and kind-hearted person, Jessica wasn't necessarily a stranger to being hyper-aware of the needs of those around her and self-sacrificing in order to meet those needs. Every breath Russell took, every change of tone in his voice, every intention behind his touch, she paid attention to each one because her life depended on it. Every emotional cue was like a dial on a compass, subconsciously directing her on what to do and what not to do. And the fawn response also includes disconnecting from the body and numbing out sensations. She would hold back every scream, every groan of disgust, stifle the urge in her to beg out loud or tell him to get the fuck off of her. As the camera panned up and down her body, Russell reached out to touch Jessica, who was blindfolded and surprised with a slight flinch. "Oh, geez, I'm sorry," she apologized. She would never hesitate with any order, never ask why, never negotiate, and never refuse. As he continued to violate her, Jessica was mostly silent. If she wasn't sure what he wanted her to do, she would ask him to clarify and carry on. And her compliance made it easy on Russell. He took his time getting every angle that he could for however long he wanted. Jessica would hold poses and do her best to act as if this was not the worst thing to ever happen to her in her entire life. As Russell raped her, she imagined different scenarios. Getting to her phone, smashing a lamp over his head, running away to the closest house, grabbing her car keys and making an escape. She would get out of this, she told herself. She would go straight to the hospital, and this monster who wasn't wearing a condom would be done for. Every time he wiped his sweaty face up and down her chest, kissed and licked her repeatedly, she just kept thinking the word evidence, 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 over and over. She just had to make it through this. If this was the tweed creep like she thought, then she was placing her biggest bet on the hope that he would leave after a few hours. There had still been no public connection between those crimes and the murder of Marie France, who was still thought to be an isolated and even targeted incident. Wanting to remove all hope of an opportune moment to retaliate, Russell would force Jessica to sit up on her knees and fasten multiple plastic zip ties around her neck. "What do you think is happening?" he asked while he clicked the plastic notches tight. "I don't know." Jessica tried not to cry. Grabbing his camcorder for a close-up shot, he filmed Jessica while he tugged at the cord. "This is a test, okay? You feel that? You do something I don't like, I pull on that cord and you're dead. You got it?" Jessica nodded. "Do you want to die?" He tugged on the zip tie. Jessica shook her head and let out a quiet no. Then he forced oral sex on Jessica until orgasm. Afterward, he dressed her in a number of lingerie items and underwear from her drawers, commanding her into degrading positions so he could both film and photograph everything. Jessica is silent besides when she accidentally lies down on her belly instead of her back. She apologizes and gets back into the current humiliating position. He forces her up against a bedroom wall, undressing and redressing her over and over. Once he's done, he tells her to get on the bed again. Poor Jessica, whose eyes are taped shut, fumbles her way to the mattress, apologizing as she goes. And she was keen to desire to be perfect for him. This man clearly had a mission and agenda. Even as detached as Russell was from human emotion, Jessica's fawning brought out a curious endearment. Incapable of feeling true empathy, it was still less like compassion and more like a newfound fondness for a plaything. Jessica was just Russell's favorite toy. Continuing to rape and assault her, Russell rearranged his tripod a few times. One view would not be enough to relive these moments in the future when this night was long over. Even when he would walk out of view, Jessica would stay in whatever position she'd been ordered into, legs in the air, shaking as her muscles stiffened. She said nothing without being asked. She did nothing without being given permission. "What's that noise?" Russell snapped out of his power trip. "Do you have a cat?" Images of Marie France and the bloody basement flashed in his mind. "No, I'm sorry, that was my stomach," Jessica told him. But Russell was spooked now, looking through rooms in the house and peeking out windows. Jessica, still with her legs in the air, made her first request of the night. "Is it okay if I put my legs down?" Russell said yes while he got dressed, convinced that he heard a noise, possibly from outside. Even if he hadn't, the bubble had burst, and he no longer felt safe sticking around in Jessica's home. He shut the camcorder off and packed up his tripod. Jessica felt a surge of relief that was soon crushed. Russell wasn't satisfied. It had only been 3 hours. Getting her dressed in jeans, a red and beige Roots hoodie, and brown suede shoes, he explained that they were going somewhere else. "As long as you do as I say, you'll be right back here." Holding onto the rope behind her back like she was a dog on a leash, Jessica was led out into the cold air, feeling the snow beneath her as they walked along the property line. Walking towards the SUV, Russell thought about how the rest of the night was going to go. While he was dressing Jessica, he had already decided that he would call in sick to work for the day. Driving home, setting up, making Jessica carry out each and every one of his tedious and demeaning tasks. It would take hours. Of course, this was rare for him, but with no major meetings on his agenda, the overworked commander knew this would go unnoticed. And Jessica's mind was racing. Time was going too fast to choose. We often hear the advice, never go to a second location. This statement actually marked a cultural shift towards the perception of crime that really solidified its presence by the early 90s. Full compliance, once thought to be the best method of survival, was now an outdated tactic. This was especially key for women, who had been previously taught to do whatever the person wanted as long as you were alive. During an appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show, retired police officer turned survival technique expert Sanford Strong got up from his seat to address the audience with the significance of this one thing to remember. Never allow them to take you somewhere else. Never.
Rule number one, and frankly, it's probably, in my opinion, the most important. Never allow them to take you somewhere else. Never. If everyone in this room and everyone watching this program has never drawn the line and made a decision on crime protection, you better make it when they decide to move you from crime scene number 1 to crime scene number 2. Because the crime scene number 2 is going to be isolated, you won't choose it, you'll be the focus of the crime.
Of course, like every rule, there are exceptions. The motive for kidnapping matters, as well as who the victim is. Statistics show that ransom kidnappings have a higher chance of a victim being unharmed and surviving, even when a second location is involved. Even if your captor has a gun, experts say that you should always try to run if you can. Even if you get shot, you know where you are. You know where help can find you. If you're getting into an unknown vehicle and driving off, your chances of successfully escaping dwindle with each action. Your highest chance of successfully escaping is while you're still outside of the vehicle. Your next chance is to escape before it takes off. Your next is when you exit, and finally attempting to escape the second location. Given the fact that most kidnappings have been planned, the last is the absolute worst option. You're most likely being taken somewhere that has been prepared for this. It's rarely successful. There's also a surprising amount of research to show that often the weapon is just a tool to force your compliance. There's been many cases where the gun isn't loaded or even real. Depending on the situation, the kidnapper will most likely not want to cause a scene by shooting a gun or committing murder. And lastly, they often want you alive. If they are willing to shoot or kill you right then and there, that only goes to show your cooperation will most likely mean very little. The harsh truth is that staying alive often means facing experiences many may consider worse than death before an inevitable demise. Jessica was in a complex situation. She didn't know what she was up against or what other weapons he had besides the knife he'd used to cut her shirt. And as Russell continued to threaten her with the zip ties around her neck, up until this point, he'd been strangely gentle and pathetic. The way he forced her to kiss him and the way he spoke to her, he seemed like a lonely loser of a man. As far as she knew, this Tweed creeper had an MO that involved leaving his victims alive. She had no idea that things had escalated with Marie France because that hadn't been connected, even months later. Either Jessica didn't trust screaming as an option, or she knew that her neighbors were too far off to hear a thing. Even if she got loose and ran, she would have quite a bit of running to do. No matter what direction she goes, besides back to her home, it's just wide open field, leaving her vulnerable to attack. With barely any trees lining the perimeter, running and hiding wasn't an option. Getting help from a random stranger wasn't an option. The highway would have been silent, too late in the night for any amount of decent traffic. The duct tape wrapped tightly around her eyes would need more time to remove than a cloth blindfold. Russell most likely held the rope behind her wrists or grabbed her upper arm as they walked. Their footprints close together in the snow would be the last physical trace of Jessica Lloyd. As he got Jessica into the car, it's fair to assume those precious 2, maybe 3 seconds that Russell walked over to the driver's side would have been her final chance. He most likely walked along the front of the SUV, keeping an eye on Jessica through the window. Reaching the passenger door in time, which was most likely locked, would have been difficult in her position, and he would have seen her attempt before she even had a chance. He was relieved throughout the entire ordeal to have her follow every instruction. Had Jessica decided to bolt, he would have had to make a choice. Would he have suffocated her right there? Used the utility knife to stab her to death out in the open? Would he have rendered her unconscious and carried her to his car? Or would he have been spooked enough by her defiance to finally leave? Whether commanding or tender, Russell was an extremely convincing person in all aspects. He had convinced people for years of who he was, and they deeply trusted in that portrayal. All any victim wants in this situation is to have it over with, and most importantly, to stay alive. Of course, Jessica knew better, and she most likely watched every chance slip by, desperately wanting to believe this man. As she sat in the passenger seat of his car for the 25-minute ride to the cottage in Tweed, she promised herself that she would keep her wits about her. She would think of a plan. She would see her family and friends again. She was going to get out of this. Pulling into his garage with the door closing behind them, Jessica had lost all sense of time and location. It was around 4:30 in the morning, and she was now in Russell's Tweed cottage, surrounded by closer neighbors than her own home. But Jessica had no way of knowing that. For the last few hours, her world had been nothing but pitch black and the sound of a voice that wavered between stern and gentle, depending on his demand. Wearing nothing but the duct tape around her eyes, the zip ties around her neck, and the rope binding her wrists, Russell filmed Jessica taking a forced shower. "Is the water okay?" he asked. "It's a bit hot on my arms," Jessica replied, and he adjusted the temperature. "That better?" She nodded. Russell took his time lathering and caressing her like the whole thing was consensual, while Jessica did her best to dissociate out of her body and into her mind, still formulating some sort of escape plan. Standing in the shower stall after he turned the water off, she held her arms as tight as she could against her body. "Is there any way I could get some clothes? I'm freezing," she asked politely. Russell dries her off with a towel while her teeth chatter, leaving her there naked and shivering when he shuts the camera off. Ignoring the request, he would instead lead Jessica to his bed, helping her settle into an uncomfortable position, stomach and chest down, bound wrists behind her. He climbed in next to Jessica and pulled the blanket over them, wrapping the rope around his wrist. Russell hadn't exactly planned for this, but he was strangely relaxed. He was more in control of his victim now than he'd ever been before. Nobody would interrupt him here, and he didn't have to be as paranoid about DNA or fingerprints. Both of them were running off of very little sleep, but Jessica couldn't rest. She was in pain. She was terrified. Her limbs were sore and numb from the position she was forced in. She thought about her options. She wasn't just in a second location, she was blind. She had no idea where she was or what makeshift weapons might be at her disposal. Jessica would need to be the weapon. As far as she knew, the Tweed creep didn't kill his victims, and he told her a few times in a promisingly sincere voice that if she complied, she would live. Maybe if she feigned near death, he'd panic. This needed to be over. Now. Lying beside Russell for what felt like hours, Jessica came up with a plan. Eventually, she felt him get out of bed, sensing him close to her. Russell had turned the camcorder on again and was filming. Chapter 2 was about to begin. "I don't feel good," Jessica mumbled. She asked him how far away the nearest hospital was. 15 minutes, Russell lied. It was at least double that distance, but still unsure about how this night would play out, he would give no clues about his location. "How are you going to get me there?" Jessica asked assertively before continuing to groan and writhe in pain. Russell pulled the blanket down to caress her body, ignoring her pleas for help. She explained she needed medical attention or she would die. "It's okay, Jessica, just breathe. It's okay. What can I do?" Gritting her teeth, she retched as if she was going to throw up, moving with stiff trembles as if she was about to convulse. "I'm sorry, I should have told you this could happen." Mimicking pre-seizure behavior she'd seen before, Jessica warned him not to let her bite her own tongue. Slurring her speech, she reminded him he only had a short amount of time to get her help once the seizure started. "Hey, stay with me, Jessica. Just relax. Just breathe, baby. Try to swallow," Russell kept encouraging with a haunting gentleness. "You have to untie me. Please, I won't do anything." Jessica mumbled the request with desperation. She could hear the concern in his voice. It felt like she was close to convincing him to take her somewhere. Russell untied her while she continued the epileptic onset. He was putting her pants on and eventually sliding her hoodie back over her head, feeding her arms through the sleeves like she was a baby. "If I die, will you make sure that my mom knows that I love her?" Jessica wasn't acting anymore. The tape had loosened from the moisture of her crying enough to allow tears to stream down her face. She had never really grasped how much a life could mean, how much her life meant, until tonight. Until someone had decided to pluck her from reality and force her into a living nightmare. Nothing else mattered besides the scent of her mother's clothes as she hugged her, the sound of her brother's laugh as he teased her, the sight of her friends smiling when they saw her walk into a room. But Russell wasn't convinced. Jessica wouldn't be going anywhere. The camera fades to black. The camera starts again with Jessica in focus, curled up on Russell's beige tile floor with her head on a pillow and a blanket over her clothed body. A box of tissues lay near her, and she remained unmoving. She had played out the dramatics to the fullest extent, now going as far as nearly playing dead. She was exhausted. She felt hopeless. While she waited to see if he would take her somewhere, she fell in and out of sleep, always shaken back quickly to her reality with every unfamiliar sound. Intertwining an over-reliance on both the vagus nerve and the dorsal vagal complex, she was utterly depleted from the fear of imminent threat, and her body may have shut down, continuing to immobilize her fight-or-flight responses. This tactic shows a masterful relationship of the brain over the body. Aware that there is no escape or safety, it relies on those pathways in order to survive. So far, nothing had worked, but Jessica figured that as long as she was alive, she still had a chance. Russell waited out whatever Jessica was going through. He had believed the whole thing, but it didn't make much difference either way. If she died, it was no harm, no foul. If she lived, his plans for another day full of horrors would continue. Russell wasn't going to risk leaving his house and being seen in broad daylight. He got down beside Jessica and spoke with a stern softness, explaining that after they had sex and she modeled more lingerie for him, he would take her home. "Okay, Jessica, it's time," he said in a voice his cadets would have recognized. "Can I move?" she asked, sniffling into some crumpled tissues in her hand. The camera turns off. The next time it's on, Jessica is using the toilet, reaching to find the toilet paper. "Right in front of you," Russell instructs when she's looking for the sink to wash her hands. These moments were reaching the peak desire of what he'd been aiming for all along. Total humiliation, total suffering, and total dependence on him. Her helplessness was intoxicating. Ordering her up against the wall, he set the camcorder on the tripod and began undressing her. Lifting up her arms in compliance, Jessica was once again stripped of her clothes and dignity. "Can you see anything?" Even though Jessica shook her head no, Russell still used his thumb and fingers to press the tape more firmly against her eyes, having slightly loosened after hours of her crying. Over the span of a few hours, Jessica would once again model several outfits. She answered every question he asked, performed every action, got into every difficult and degrading position. She asked for help putting on some items and apologized any time she lost her footing. She was patient and silent while he took his time photographing every angle and inch of skin, periodically forcing her to perform oral sex while pulling on the zip ties around her neck. If there was any chance that his occasional kindness would be misconstrued, he would be sure to remind her who was in charge. In contrast, he would also hold her closely and whisper sweetly to her, playing with her hair and snuggling into her neck like a lover. For Jessica, it was warped and unbelievable. It was disgusting and vile. He forced her to kiss him for several minutes at a time, his 2-day-old shave rubbing her face raw. He forced oral sex on her and she did her best not to wriggle away, reminding herself that she would be back home soon. She asked for some water, and it would be the first moment of pause from his constant demands. He handed her a bottle while she sipped slowly. In camera view, he's seen stroking himself while using his other hand to text on his BlackBerry, no doubt keeping up appearances in a life far away from this cold cottage. "I'm finished, thank you." She held the bottle out and then covered her stomach and genitals as best she could. "Here." Russell handed her a pair of underwear. "You a Leafs fan?" Jessica let out a nervous giggle. "Yeah, I take it these are my Maple Leafs underwear? I usually don't admit to being one, but I am." "Same here," Russell agreed. This typical Canadian pleasantry would be interrupted by the harsh reminder that Jessica was not with a friend, but a thief. If only they had any idea what their underwear was on. Russell reached out and grabbed her buttocks. More photographs and more positions. It was almost remarkable to him how there was absolutely no hesitance in Jessica, no negotiation or refusal. "Take them off," Russell ordered firmly. Jessica was sniffling a little louder now. She had hoped the Leafs underwear had marked the beginning of the end of all this, but it seemed that wasn't so. Russell pulled her body close to his and wiped away the tears streaming down her face, kissing her softly on the lips as if he had permission. He handed her a burgundy thong. "Wear this," and Jessica quietly thanked him before posing for more photographs. The camera goes black again while Russell charges the battery sum. When it turns back on, Jessica is on a different mattress than his master bedroom. While Russell switches between raping her with penetration and oral sex, Jessica does her best to hold back each wince and scream. After what felt like years, finally, he got up and shut the camcorder off. It was over. Under the guise of going home, Russell allowed Jessica to get dressed and gave her a plate of fruit to eat. Jessica held the plate in her lap while she beamed at the camera for a photo. No doubt having just told her they would be leaving soon, the smile on her face seems heartbreakingly genuine. Unaware that she'd gone through this for 22 hours, Jessica had lost all sense of time. After she got her shoes on, Russell ordered Jessica's stomach down, while he once again bound her wrists behind her with the same rope from before, as well as duct taping her mouth shut. As she started walking in front of him, picturing the second she would run into her mother's arms, Russell struck her in the back of the head with a flashlight. Instantly, from the feel of the impact, he could tell that he had broken her skull. After what it had taken to overpower Marie-France, he was delighted to be surprised this would require no fight. He knelt down beside her body, which had crumpled like a stick figure. Her breathing was strained as the blood began to pool beneath her head. Covering the zip ties, he wrapped the rope around her neck and slowly choked the last of life out of her. Even unconscious, her body flinched and fought until a final spasm and then silence. Russell ran to go get his camera and memorialize his ultimate trophy. He had hunted, captured, and killed his prey. He cut the zip ties from her throat, keeping them as souvenirs. He took the tape off of her mouth, and for the first time since the night began, he removed the tape from her eyes. Using what was left on the roll, he wrapped Jessica's body into a tight fetal position and put it in the garage where it would stay cold while he was away. He didn't have time to figure out what he was going to do. It was nearly 10 o'clock and he had a flight full of military troops to accompany to California at 5:30 in the morning. He slept at his office that night, wanting to distance himself from Russell, the rapist kidnapper. It was time to be Russell, the impressive commander. Upon return to Ontario, he would immediately drive to Ottawa to see Mary. Now was not the time for a change in routine or last-minute cancellations. After a final meeting on Tuesday, he drove back to dispose of Jessica. His neighbors had no idea that Russell was backing his vehicle into the garage and closing the door to conceal moving a dead body. He knew a remote area that he could dump it, secluded, and conveniently, not too far from frequented hunting grounds by Larry Jones. Maybe history would repeat itself. He couldn't deny the hope. At least now, Russell figured, it wasn't his problem anymore. While Russell was fine dining with his wife between meetings, the Lloyd family was frantic. When Jessica didn't show up for work or pick up her phone on January 29th, they called her mother Roxanne. We often hear about this sequence of events for a missing person. When a workplace calls, it really shows the consistency of their schedule. Jessica always booked work off or called in sick hours before her shift began. As Roxanne drove to the family home, she thought about how her daughter must have slept in, or maybe she was sick. God forbid she's been in some sort of accident. Either way, when she pulled up and saw her car in the driveway, she still felt a sense of relief wash over her. But Jessica didn't answer when she knocked. Using her own key to open the door, she called out to a home dense with silence. Russell had mostly managed to make the scene look as normal as possible, but later police will find strange clues that first went unseen, like how 3 lamps had been haphazardly sat on tables but not plugged back in. But Roxanne didn't need those details to know something was very wrong. Jessica's green and white winter jacket was still on the coat rack. Her purse was on the kitchen table. Inside was her ID. Her phone and car keys were beside it. She immediately called Andy, who called their cousin Sarah. Both raced over, and eventually Jessica's house became a search headquarters with friends and family. They weren't really sure what to make of it until Andy took a walk around the perimeter on an instinctual hunch and found the 2 sets of footprints. There was no reason for Jessica to leave without telling anyone, to miss work, to walk off from her house that way. Everyone agreed it was time to call the police. Belleville authorities agreed in the suspicious nature of the scene and immediately treated the report as a missing persons investigation. Further searches done would reveal tire tracks. Clearly, a vehicle had been parked a few hundred feet away. Hoping for the best, Roxanne spent the night there, staring out the window, watching and waiting for her daughter to come home. She couldn't sleep, she couldn't eat, and the sunrise would mark another night with no sign of Jessica. By the next day, Jessica's house became both a crime scene to investigate and a makeshift command center for what would now be referred to as Project Hatfield. With policing having originated there in the 18th century, the OPP codes their operations as town names of England. And the search for Jessica would be extensive. Ground, helicopter, searching nearby neighbor properties and barns. They searched thoroughly through her entire house for clues as to where she might be, along with a forensic examination on her car, and both brought up much of nothing. By February 3rd, the public would be warned to stay safe, and for women who lived alone to be especially diligent about securing their homes, changing their routines, and being in the company of others if possible. But besides that, police were keeping many cards close to their chest. Even though they now suspected that the Cozy crimes, Jessica, and even Marie-France were all connected, they wouldn't confirm anything. Within days, they were able to match the shoe prints with the missing pair that Jessica was wearing, along with narrowing down the tire tracks of the SUV-type car, either a Toyota 4Runner, Jeep Cherokee, or Nissan Pathfinder with specific makes of year and model. So, in a brilliant move, they set up a roadblock right in front of Jessica's home. Running from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m., it would hopefully give them an idea of who was coming and going around the time Jessica was taken. If their guy was local in any way, if he was curious to return to the scene, if he was stupid enough to drive by, he would have to talk to the police. And it was only a matter of time until Russell was back at Trenton, taking his usual route to work. His silver 2002 Nissan Pathfinder already had the police on alert before he even rolled his window down to smile big at the officer. In his uniform, he wasn't some civilian, he was one of them. The polite and professional commander hadn't seen anything suspicious that night. Had he driven by? Yes, he drives by all the time in order to get to and from work. The same base that Marie-France was from. And although the vehicle he was driving didn't match the year of Pathfinders they were looking for, Russell's tire impressions were the exact make of tire that had been parked by Jessica's house. But these tires were common. These vehicles were common. And when it came to the profile for their assumed offender, Constable Russell Williams didn't quite fit the bill. But the connection to Marie-France, along with his home being in such close proximity to Jessica and the Cozy Cove crimes, was one the authorities couldn't ignore. Russell was almost immediately put on around-the-clock surveillance while they applied for search warrants for both his cottage and the home he shared with his wife. That weekend, Russell would drive back to see Mary as well as stop at a self-serve car wash. After going through the tunnel, he took his time cleaning and vacuuming the interior. Police would collect the trash and seize every single thing they could, which wasn't a lot. Nothing they found linked him to any of the crimes, and most importantly, Jessica, who was still very much missing. There was no time to waste. Even though statistically the chances of finding her alive after nearly a week were dwindling to 0, there was still always the rare possibility that she was. In what may be the most bold move the OPP has ever taken with such high stakes, they decided to call Russell in for an interview. On February 7th at 2 p.m., they made an easygoing request, and to their relief, the colonel agreed to meet at 3. Now, everything was on the line. It was the afternoon of Sunday, February 7th, just hours before the New Orleans Saints would defeat the Indianapolis Colts in the Super Bowl. But inside the tiny room in Ottawa Police Headquarters, something much bigger was at stake. If there was even the slightest chance that Jessica was still alive, they would have to act as fast as possible. Enter Behavioral Science Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. Beginning his career as a police officer in the late 80s, Jim had always taken a keen interest when it came to the inner workings of the mind of an offender. After a few years in the Violent Crimes Department, he completed both an investigative analysis program and a polygraph examiner course, earning his official certification in forensic interviewing and criminal profiling. But the thing that made Jim Smith such an asset was his ability to discard going by the book with intuitive discernment. Like most students learning the art of interrogation, he had been taught the read technique, which creates a high-pressure environment and gives no option to the interviewee besides denial or confession. It begins with an initial confrontation, and depending on which route the person chooses, there's further theme development and handling any denials with stern control of the conversation. Once the details of admission are discussed, there's usually encouragement to get the confession in a written document. Over the years, the read technique has received a fair amount of criticism, as its method can often give way for other tactics that lead to abuse of rights or outright false confessions. However, it's important to note that the read technique involves specific procedural outlines and warns the dangers of overly lengthy interrogations, making promises or threats in exchange for information, or pressuring the interviewee with inevitable punishments. Of course, any technique is only as good as the integrity of the officer applying it. And when it came to interrogations, Jim was skilled in knowing when to take turns with the sense of control in the room, building rapport extremely quickly, and slowly turning up the heat in such a way that you barely notice at first. Coming to the table with his own set of beliefs, Jim felt like it was always best to approach interviews with an open mind, allowing the person to come to terms with their own reality. Instead of shutting down the conversation at the first sign of denial, Jim valued the flow of information much more. Whether or not the person was telling the truth cannot be the whole point. The only way you'll ever get anywhere is to keep the person talking. One of Jim's specialties eventually became working with cases that depended solely on a small amount of information, sometimes just hearsay alone. Where some officers may look at a case like that and think the evidence is insufficient or lacking, Jim's skill set of gathering information through his empathetic and mild-manner approach was often all they needed to blow the whole thing wide open. No stranger to high-profile cases, Jim is a master at the key elements of interrogation. He would minimize the reasoning behind Russell's visit so he wouldn't think they were so convinced of his connection to the crimes. If needed, the crimes could be rationalized away to project the blame elsewhere. Being such a huge figure at the base, the social aspect of how people would look at Russell after this could sway him. and if all else fails, emphasize the facts of the case. So much was riding on this. Besides the tire tracks and a local connection, they had nothing to go on, and more importantly, nothing to hold him with. At any moment, if Russell got spooked enough to end the interview and ask for a lawyer, they could risk giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence or even flee. And beyond the lack of evidence, Jim usually had a much more thorough background on someone before he sat across the table from them. This would have to be all instinct. But by now, Jim was in his 40s with much more knowledge and experience under his belt than Russell could ever compete with. It's Sunday, February 7th at 3 p.m. Russell enters the tiny room with a table and 2 chairs, no windows, blank white walls, and an officer sitting between him and the doorway. Nothing in an interrogation room is coincidence. This small, empty space void of distraction is built to feel isolating and overwhelming. Going into this, Jim could assume a few things about Russell. If he was their guy, then he most likely had a power complex, a large ego, and an appreciation for the recognition that came with a position like his. Throughout the interrogation, he'll pepper the conversation with sentiments that make Russell feel as if he's just talking to another professional on the job, that Jim is less knowledgeable or informed than he is. And it's a wise decision. When Jim asks if he's ever been in a police room like this before, Russell laughs, chewing his gum, and beams a wide smile up at the camera in the ceiling corner. The closest thing he's had to that was when he was given top-secret clearance. Impressive, impressive. Russell takes off his ski jacket and settles in with his bent knees in an open posture, his arms crossed between them, open enough but still on guard. Anyone in his position would be, innocent or guilty. Jim sets a black zip-up binder on the table and mirrors Russell, explaining once more what they've already told him in order to land this interview. They're investigating Jessica Lloyd's disappearance and trying to rush through interviews so they can clear people, because, of course, they've made a mistake in asking such a prominent person into this room. It's a fine tightrope to walk. Jim needs to give Russell the impression that there's something to fear in the pile of information they have, but also that they're incompetent enough to have absolutely no idea what's going on. Jim mentions that the interview is being filmed only this once. He offers him coffee and Russell's excited to slide a cup over, asking if it's black. He doesn't drink it, though, because he's still chewing his gum like a madman. Jim says there's napkins in case he wants to toss it. Instant DNA. But Russell just continues to nod, pushing the gum to the front of his mouth, rolling it between his teeth. Jim is talking about Jessica, and even through his chewing, the tension in Russell's jaw is obvious. And this whole gum chewing thing may not seem significant, but it certainly is. Russell's a commander at a military base. He's smart enough to know that this isn't a professional way to carry on such a serious conversation. As happy as he is about the coffee, he's not ready to give up his little self-soothing distraction, allowing him a physical outlet that he may think makes him look relaxed. It doesn't. Jim knows the main goal of this interview is to get Russell talking and keep him talking. Jim uses the read technique but tweaks it so that there's always a flow of conversation. He doesn't begin with confrontation. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't put his hands up to stop the person when they start to deny the accusations. And he never raises his voice or conveys personal emotion. Those tactics are used sparingly when necessary. He says to Russell that all he asks is that he's treated with the same respect he gives. After explaining that he's not under arrest and can leave at any time, he's read his rights, along with a summary of the case. Jim mentions Jessica, and then the Tweed crimes in 2009, to which Russell gives a very knowing few nods. Yep, he agrees. He's most likely thought it over and realized that playing dumb about these events isn't the best way to go. Then Jim mentions the murder of Marie France. One of my people, Russell says with a big nod, blinks and looks down at the floor and then back to eye contact with Jim. He laughs when he's asked if he has a lawyer, just a realty lawyer. Jim explains the process for obtaining one, and Russell occasionally wipes the smirk off of his face, bidding for connection with Jim on some shared humor at the absurd idea that he could be involved somehow. But of course, Jim isn't meeting him on that. Instead, he brings up the fact that he's a person of authority, clearly catering to Russell's need for praise and confirmation of his status. Yeah, these first 2 attacks happened not too far from my place, Russell explains with raised eyebrows. We didn't even know about the first one, but the second one happened very close by, he says, purposely using we to remind Jim that he's a married man. He mentions that they did some door-to-door questioning during that time, so he's spoken to officers about this before. Speaking of Cozy Cove, it's only several minutes into the interview, and Russell has no idea that his cottage is being searched by police. While looking for any evidence linking him to the crimes or victims, they'll also act on information passed on through Jim. Police will continue searching the cottage for the next 6.5 hours. It was killing him to be only a few minutes in and have to agree that he's a common denominator in all of these cases. Even when it comes to Jessica, he explains that he drives past her house on a regular basis. They go over his alibi so that Jim has a foundation to start questioning the finer details of his story. Russell occasionally looks down off to the side, taking his time to answer about where he was and when. As best as he tries to skip over it, he doesn't have an alibi for the time that Jessica Lloyd disappeared, and he would have driven right by her home just before she arrived.
Friday on the day I was at home most of the time. Most of the day I had a sort of a stomach flu.
Okay. In Ottawa or Tweed?
In Tweed.
In Tweed? Okay.
Yeah.
So we backtrack then. So all day Friday, you're at home.
Yeah.
And then what time do you leave to go to the base to sleep there on the Friday night?
Not sure. Probably just, went in for just before bed. So I probably left Tweed at between 8 and 9 or so.
Okay. And you get to the base and spend the evening there and get up for the 5:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
So we backtrack from there. When did you arrive at your home at the cottage? I don't want to get confused between your home in Ottawa and the home in Tweed. So,
no, I had been in Tweed all week.
Yeah.
The week prior now. Yeah, I think that's the case. I was in Tweed all week. Flew Saturday. Headed to Ottawa Saturday night.
Okay. So if you didn't have the stomach flu on the Friday, what was your schedule that day?
8, really.
Okay.
What would have been my schedule? Just a standard schedule in the office.
Okay.
So, office brief in the morning, a couple of meetings. I can't remember what the specifics were going to be.
Okay. So Thursday night you slept at Tweed, or you?
Yep.
All right. And what did you do Thursday during the day?
Thursday during the day, I was at the base again. I think it was a fairly standard day. I can't recall exactly, but yeah, nothing. I was not flying, so I was at the base. So I would have gone in early in the morning, back in the evening again.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the base that night?
I don't remember anything peculiar, so I would say, I don't know, probably 7 to 9, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And that's when you left?
Left the base, yeah.
And what
It's a 45-minute transit. So
45 minutes home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim switches to Marie-France, asking about that day and how he found out. Russell remembers being informed at the base through an email, sometime during that week when he had meetings in Ottawa. He blinks and looks down at the ground a little more when talking specifically about these details. Then he makes eye contact with Jim and says, "Obviously, when one of your people gets killed, it gets your attention." Once again, tapping into Commander Russell, not civilian Russell. "How did you know Marie-France Como?" Russell says a little louder, "I only met her once, maybe sometime in August or September." He mentions her being a part of a crew that he was on, making sure to note that they were transporting troops. Russell is an important guy. He has meetings. He's got people. He takes care of our troops. When it comes to the specifics of that week, Russell has a hard time remembering. More importantly, he doesn't really answer the question. Instead of describing his schedule, he continues to try and describe when he got the email letting him know about the death. He apologizes and takes a minute to explain the timeline. Russell needs to be careful here, pretending to know as little as everyone else knew. He goes through the chain of command and how the news would have reached his desk. Jim is a brilliant bookmark in human form. He's a master at taking mental notes of new information, but he always goes back to the original question to get the answer. And once again, Russell's alibi doesn't help him here. When Jim asks him straight out if they were to do a background check on him, would there be any complaints or problems in his work history, Russell rests an arm up on the back of the chair in an open posture and says, "Absolutely not. It'll be very boring." And they share a laugh. Russell shakes his head and waves his hand in the air slightly, as if to say, "I get it. You guys gotta do what you gotta do."
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty fresh in your mind, the day that Marie-France Como.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you found out?
I do. Yeah, I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night, early in the morning. It was certainly. I saw it. I want to say first thing in the morning because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah, no, I mean, obviously when your people gets killed, it gets your attention. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, I very much remember that coming in.
And how did you know Marie France Coleman?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada, transporting our troops, sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theatre. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on, and because we'd fly out and back in the same day, so pushing the edge of that. And, fresh crew on, and they'd continue on after a couple hour delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you got that email notifying you that something had happened.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of a clear recollection as to how your schedule was going that week?
Well, I can't remember what day that the message came in. Just a second. No, I can't remember what day of the week, but I just think there was a whole bunch of activity spun up as a result, obviously. No, I can't remember the day of the week. I'm just trying to think through the news reports I read. No, I'm sorry, I can't remember what day that was, but what we learned after the fact was that the MPs had learnt of her death, I think quite a bit after her body had been discovered.
Okay.
So I think what happened, sorry, just a second. Okay. So I think, if I remember correctly, the MPs learned late that evening. Can't remember when, obviously her body was discovered. It was probably in the news reports, but so they learned, and then they passed it to ops, so they immediately passed it to me.
Okay.
The MPs work for the wing operations officer, so they go through their chain of command, and then as soon as the duty watch officer had that information, she advised me.
Okay. So again, that
along
particular
with
week,
some others.
Right. I'm sure it spread like wildfire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email,
Yeah.
do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I had been in Ottawa. Earlier in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau. It's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely
did this?
No.
Okay.
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it? You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation, right? Okay.
Jim goes for a soft open as he asks Russell if he watches crime shows, like CSI or Law & Order. Russell nods. More Law & Order, but he's been known to watch both. This is a smooth way for police to tread into the territory of forensics, often explaining that it'll be a quick and easy way to clear someone of suspicion. Jim asks what he would be willing to give them. What do you need? Russell asks. For the most part, Russell thinks he's prepared for this. Fingerprints, blood samples, things like that, Jim explains. Sure, Russell says, turning his head away. Footwear impressions, Jim adds. Yep. Russell gives a big nod, sealing his fate. Ever bold with ego, he was wearing the same boots he had been the night he walked Jessica away from her house and into his SUV. Maybe Russell was aware of notorious mistakes made by the OPP in the past, when DNA samples would sit on shelves for weeks or even years on end, failing to be tested. Russell wouldn't be granted such tragic luxuries. Can I assume you're going to be discreet about this? He asks Jim. And this is perfect proof of the social aspect of the interrogation. Russell cares about how he looks. He cares about what the military thinks and how things will appear when the information leaves this room. Because, Russell crosses his arms, it would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this. He absolves himself of guilt again, almost warning Jim to watch his step. Here Jim shows one of his best talents, clever and convincing improv. Well, bottom line, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon, he reassures him. Of course, that's not true. They aren't conducting this interview on a Sunday to protect important Commander Russell Williams. Jim keeps explaining the significance of DNA, while Russell mostly looks down at the ground, occasionally looking up and letting out a side smile that's only for show. There's contempt beneath his skin. In Russell's mind, he thinks the rumor mill is going to get started regardless of how discreet they are, and he's pissed off about it. Jim gives an explanation for why they might find DNA. Maybe there's just some things he wouldn't want his wife to know about. Starting to show frustration, he scoffs when Jim asks if there's anything in each of these 4 residences that would place him there. Jim can sense this, and to appease Russell, he explains that the reason he's pressing him on this is because forensic testing has gotten so advanced over the years. You and I could be sitting in this room for 30 seconds, and months from now, someone could come in here and know that. But Russell says he's never been in Lori's house. It won't be in Jane Doe's because he doesn't even know who she is. He was never at Marie's, and he didn't hear Jessica's name until it was on the news. They won't find his DNA anywhere. I just want to make sure, I don't want to come to you in a couple weeks and say, hey, we found this, and you need to explain it to me. This is also a clever tactic on Jim's part, because Russell certainly doesn't have a couple weeks to figure out how he's going to explain this away. Right now, a team of officers are knocking on the door of Mary's new dream home in Ottawa to search and seize any evidence linking him to sexual assault, kidnapping, and murder.
So the next thing we need to cover off is, I'll just ask you this straight out. Given the types of crimes we're investigating, do you get much chance to watch television shows, CSI, things like that?
I do watch, I prefer Law and Order, but I do watch CSI occasionally, yes.
Okay. So you have an idea of, obviously, the forensic capabilities, things like that are out there. What would you be willing to give me today to help me move past you in this investigation?
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible. Yeah.
Because, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
Well, bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation to Miss Como's investigation. Mm-hmm. So that's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home today and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
Because it's tough to undo the rumor mill once it gets started. But I appreciate that.
Okay. Now that you've had some time to, I know we've been throwing a lot of things at you here, but now you've had some time to think about things. Is there anything that you're concerned about that buccal swab matching in any of those 4 residences? Is there, I guess, let me explain what I'm getting at here, Russell, okay? This is a significant investigation, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
That DNA is going to be significant in our investigation, both quite possibly to help you, quite possibly to help us.
Understood.
I don't know yet. I don't know what the result is yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back to the example I gave you because it's a very similar issue, I think. And you talked about the idea of discretion here. Okay. Mm-hmm. You talked about the idea that I think hopefully you appreciate the fact of how we approached you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And essentially, we have no issues with that. Okay. We talked recently about the whole idea of any unusual sex acts in your history. Mm-hmm. But another thing that can often happen in cases like this is that people become concerned about things like extramarital affairs, mm-hmm. Indiscretions along those lines. Mm-hmm. Is there any contact that you may have had with any of those 4 women that you may not want your wife to be aware of? Anything like that we should know about to try and explain why, if your DNA is found, it would help us understand why it may be there?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can you think of any reason why we would find your DNA in any of those residences? Let's focus on, well, for instance, I believe, let me just check the name there, make sure I got the right address. Talking about the house that was just a couple of doors down from you there in Tweed.
There's the woman down the road, 3 doors down.
Yeah.
Her name is Lori. I don't know her last name.
All right, let me just make sure we're on the same page here. My understanding is she lived at 76 Cozy Cove. Yeah, so she would be the second one. The second incident on your road there.
Yep.
A couple of doors down. Ever been in her house?
No. We met her once, I think the first summer we were there, so in 2004.
Okay. And that's what I'm getting at. Again, this is a credibility issue, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to come and see you 2 weeks from now and say, Russ, our CSI people were in that house. And
Jim brings up the questions he was asked Thursday night at the road stop in front of Jessica's house, prefacing it with how sometimes these are the things that cause a lengthy investigation into a person that doesn't deserve it. He also says that whatever he told the officers doesn't matter. If there's any answers he wants to change, that's totally fine with him. You've seen pictures of Jessica Lloyd, right? He asks, and Russell says yes. Her face has been everywhere. Online, highway billboards, missing person posters. Beyond that, Russell has never seen her before. No, I've never seen her before. He's quick to correct himself almost unnoticeably. Jim looks down at the clipboard in his lap, pretending to scan his mind for anything he's forgotten. Just trying to cover all my bases here. And then he casually asks about what kind of tires Russell has. Russell rubs the back of his neck, taken aback by the question he wasn't prepared for. The make is Toyo. I don't know the model, he says. Let me just read this out to you and see if it rings a bell. Jim looks down at his paperwork while Russell raises his eyebrows, arms still crossed, obviously curious with concern. And even though the vehicle is his, Russell makes sure to use we again in his sentences here. Jim crosses over seamlessly into work swipe cards, asking about when his would have been used and where. The card was used every day besides Tuesday that week. While Marie France was left for dead in her home, Russell was on his way to Gatineau. He can verify this because he went out to dinner with his wife, and one of them would have paid for dinner with a credit card. Russell occasionally juts his neck a little forward as Jim goes on. He's paying very close attention to every word he's saying. Jim asks if he's sure, and Russell leans forward. I'm fairly certain that night in Ottawa is the night we went out for dinner. I kissed my wife goodbye and drove back to Tweed. Things are about to heat up in ways that Russell didn't predict. Swerving back to Jessica Lloyd, Jim talks about the roadside check. He asks if there's been a time within the last couple weeks that his vehicle would have been pulled over by the road and parked there. Jim drops the first bomb. The officers match the tire impressions on his Pathfinder to the same treads found by Jessica's house. Really? Russell says, genuinely dumbfounded. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us, Jim informs the commander. His brows are raised and eyes wide, his lizard brain telling him to pay attention and see everything he can, to stay alert as his nervous system is sparked. He's not chewing his gum anymore. He's frowning with concentration. He knows this isn't proof of murder, but he also knows this isn't good.
The tires that you have on your truck, right? The reason I asked you about that is there any time, you recall where you were stopped by the officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they explain to you what the significance of that was?
That was her house.
That was her house, okay.
Yeah.
So you remember that location?
Yep.
Do you remember what the crossroad was, or?
I don't think there's a crossroad. It's sort of just on the south end of 37.
Okay. When you get stopped at that location, has there been a time in the recent 1 or 2 weeks that your vehicle has left that road for any reason whatsoever? Have you driven into a field with your vehicle at all? For any reason you can think of?
No.
Okay. Because I want you to rack your brain here. This is important. So,
Yeah.
Is there anything you can remember doing that would have caused you to drive off the road
No.
at that section of roadway?
No, that's my early. That's the early part of the highway, and just head north. It's about 30 minutes from there to, probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks to the north of her property? Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay. They examined those tire tracks, and they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other things that they do to try and identify the type of vehicle that may have left those tires, well, is they do two things. They talk to witnesses. Okay. There was a female police officer that actually drove by that location that evening and recalls seeing an SUV type vehicle in the field up to the north of Jessica Lloyd's house, consistent with a Pathfinder. Okay. Could maybe consistent with other things, but consistent with a Pathfinder. And they, what they also do to try and identify the type of the vehicle is they look at what they call the wheelbase width. Okay, because different vehicles, different makes, models have wheelbase width. So they can take those two sets of tire tracks, measure the distance between them, okay, and determine what the width is.
Sure.
And then they can enter that into a vehicle database, and it will spit out the types of vehicles. Okay, your Pathfinder's wheelbase width is very, very close to the width of the tires that were left in that field. Okay. Do you have any recollection at all of being off that road?
No, it's not off the road, no.
Okay. All right. Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie-France Como for a minute, okay? Is there any reason at all you can...
Jim is going for an unprepared attack from all sides as he switches quickly back to Marie-France. This is also an interrogation tactic. It's meant to confuse Russell. It doesn't allow him to stick to a certain timeline or train of thought long enough to get comfortable with a strategy on how to lie his way through it. It's harder to roll a prepared answer off your tongue when the questions are non-linear. Is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie-France would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings? And here Russell is sincerely surprised, sits back from his lean with a quick, "Not at all." "No?" Jim probes. "No." Russell laughs, slightly insulted. "Absolutely not," he repeats. Jim asks if maybe she ever said anything that gave him the impression that there was more than a professional interest in him. "No, not at all." Russell shakes his head. He says they only spent one flight together talking, and maybe after that it was pleasantries if they saw each other, but that's it. Russell's arms are crossed the whole time, unmoving and stiff-gripped around his upper biceps. And when it comes to the writings, it's most likely not the case. Jim may have been trying another angle for information, testing responses and fishing for more details. After 35 minutes, he asks Russell if he has any questions for him, and after Russell says no, he leaves the room to go check on the status of everything. When Jim returns, he uses a tactic that will become a main theme during this interrogation. Jim isn't interested in playing bad cop. He's just an information gatherer and a truth seeker. So when he returns, he aims for Russell's integrity while simultaneously acting like his hands are tied. "I told you that when I came in here, I'm going to treat you with respect, and I ask you to do the same for me." Russell looks down at the ground and lets out a frustrated sigh. "You know, given how we've approached you here, trying to be as discreet as possible." He refers to it being Sunday, as if that's a benefit for Russell. And this reminder caters to Russell's need to please authority and be seen as a man who does the right thing. Jim sits across from him, elbows resting on his knees, clasping his hands together close and leans in. "The problem is, Russell, every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up. And it's not issues that point away from you. It's issues that point at you." Jim pulls out some photographs from his black binder. It's time to bring this full picture together for Russell. They have no idea where Jessica is, and if she's still alive, they don't have hours to waste sugarcoating things for him. Jim is so smooth with his confrontation, and he already knows exactly what someone like Russell is going to need in this situation. Control. And even though Russell is about to lose all of his, Jim's going to get him to think that the ball is still in his court. But the fire has started, and it isn't going to stop until it's burned down this whole house. These are identical. Jim puts his hand down on the sheet comparing footwear impressions. Russell is agreeing with his small, quick nods. Jim doesn't ask Russell. He tells him that he was there that night. "Your vehicle went up to the side of her house, and your boots walked to the back of her house." Russell stops nodding, looks up at Jim once and then back down intently at the photographs. Black and white tread marks, spilling out all his dark secrets. "If you want discretion," Russell starts to nod again, "then we need to have some honesty." This is the moment when Jim knew without a doubt that this was their guy. Because instead of instantly denying it, he didn't react at all. "This is getting out of control really fast, Russell," and the commander continues to nod quietly. Russell clears his throat, sits up straight and grabs the paper, lifting it a little off the desk as if taking a closer look. Jim tries to allow him the perfect balance of convincing and realization. He plays nice cop, resting his chin in his hand, sitting very much in Russell's personal space, an intimate proximity for what will be an intimate disclosure. We both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why. Russell lets out a few more micro nods of agreement, the lack of denial more evident by the minute. The silence is deafening. Russell pulls the photographs over to him this time, comparing his shoes and the prints found in the snow at Jessica's home. He hadn't thought about this. I don't know what to say. Russell shakes his head and puts them back on the table, attempting denial, but it's just a little bit too late. Well, you need to explain it, because this is a problem, Russell. Jim grabs some more paperwork. Search warrants on both homes are being executed, his vehicles are being seized, and Russell's biggest fear has come to fruition. His wife knows. You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations, Jim says, and Russell lets out a tiny nod. He warns him that it seems he'll be the one to match the unknown offender DNA on Marie France, quite possibly before the evening is over. Russell lets out a when he's reminded that this is a major investigation. He isn't going back home to kick his feet up and watch the Super Bowl. Jim is trying to be patient, but he also needs to press Russell. The faster they have a confession, the faster they can verify if Jessica is still alive or not. The clock is ticking, and he needs him to feel cornered, yet also in control of the next move. He warns him that the second that DNA match comes in, he loses all credibility, something that probably matters a lot to someone like Russell. When the evidence is presented, what is everyone going to think? Jim's at the weakest point of Russell's Achilles heel. He had dedicated his entire life to building a reputation of impressive status, and it was crumbling down to the ground. It's the only option. I mean, what other option is there? Jim gives a slight nudge towards the read technique here, but still allows Russell to feel like he's got some room to choose. Not even realizing they'd missed each other by a graduating year, Jim references Paul Bernardo, one of Canada's most notorious killers, but also one of Canada's most hated, a psychopath discarded by society. Is that what Russell wants? They're about to get a warrant for his office at the base. These aren't my decisions, Russell, Jim reminds him. It's masterful stuff. He's ripping Russell's world in two, while maintaining a rapport that leans into trust. He's great at delivering the facts with an undertone of courtesy. Russell has been nodding the whole time, staying silent, staring at the photos. This can have a bad ending, one where Jessica's mom continues to wonder where her daughter is lying. Russell takes a sharp inhale at the mention of this. I mean, there's a huge search underway, and it'll continue. Jim is looking for any sign that she might be alive, but this response, or really lack of response from Russell, is a pretty good hint to the authorities watching that she's gone. It'll continue until her body is found. That might happen tonight for all I know. Jim states the facts. Russell sighs. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you'll have to play. Jim cleverly jumps back to Russell's team after confronting him. What are we gonna do? And after a thick silence of deep contemplation, the first cracks begin to break. Call me Russ, please, he says.
I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here, okay? The trying to be as discreet as possible, okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up, okay? And it's not issues that point away from you, it's issues that point at you, okay? And I want you to see what I mean, all right? This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January, okay? All right? Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's not to scale. The footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch, okay? But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean, all right? Because essentially, when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman. And essentially, with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints, okay? And essentially, what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position, okay? This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot
Yeah.
just a little while ago. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert on footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons. Okay. You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through. There's several different prints to compare. So we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yeah.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay. You want discretion. We need to have some honesty, okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast. This is getting beyond my control. All right, I came in here a few hours ago, and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
Well, I don't know what to say. It's
Well, you need to explain it, because this is the other problem we're having, Russell. Okay? Again, these decisions are made by me. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa. So your wife now knows what's going on. Your residence in Tweed, and your vehicle's been seized. Okay? You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations. Okay? You and I both know that the unknown offender on Marie Transcomo's body is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay? This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Science is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring. Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant to search your office. Right. These aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is the practical steps in an investigation like this. And Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that happens, where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another, and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you, when you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now, what are we going to do? Russell, you know there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong. Okay? Because don't get me wrong, I've met guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety, got off on it, got off on having that label. Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know. This is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. What are we going to do? Russell. What are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we going to do, Russ?
Russell pinches the skin on his chin and neck, holding his hand there while his thoughts race about Mary in Ottawa, watching police tear up the place looking for evidence. He twitches and sighs, short exhales. Resting his head in his hand, he looks down at the ground. He hasn't quite fessed up yet, but he's feeling vulnerable knowing that it's coming. Jim gets direct. Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Russell looks down, crosses his arms again, sighs, looks at Jim in silence. He knows once he cops to this, there's no backing out. Once it's over, but he's out of options. It's been almost 6 minutes of silence since he said, "Call me Russ." Jim is no stranger to this moment. It's usually the hardest for any offender to admit defeat. "Russ, maybe this will help you. Can you tell me what the issue is you're struggling with?" Russell stares down and then lets out a sigh. He rubs his face and looks away for a minute, sighs again and nods. "It's hard to believe this is happening," he admits. Jim asks why, and Russell says he doesn't know how to explain it. How is he supposed to sit here red-handed and explain that the last few years have been filled with extreme highs of escape, of fooling everyone around him so well he even managed to fool himself into thinking he'd never get caught?
Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're going to find her, or is this something where we have to go and take a walk? Which direction are we heading in here? Russ, maybe this would help. Can you tell me what the issue is you're struggling with? What's the issue you're struggling with?
It's hard to believe this is happening.
Why is that? Why is it hard to believe?
It's just hard to believe.
Russell gets visibly upset for the first time since the interview started an hour ago, when Jim asks who it was at the base that told everyone to seek legal counsel before speaking to police. Russell says that's news to him, and regardless, Jim isn't here to argue the small details like that. Either way, it's got Russell talking again and snapped back into another timeline, one where he's worried about how people will think of him, and how every single action he's taken will be scrutinized with new eyes. He says maybe it was something he said to Marie-France's boyfriend, the suspect, Russell calls him. And Russell is just as eager to get away from this topic as well. You talk about perception. He sits back with his arms crossed again. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now and the impact that this is going to have on the Canadian forces. That's Russell's concern. Not the victims, not Jessica Lloyd, just his precious image and salvaging any scrap of connection he can maintain with Mary. If he was really honorable, he would put the Lloyd family out of their misery. He starts looking at the evidence again. I'm concerned they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house, he frowns. Jim tries to tell him in more than a few words that he can prevent some of that pain by just telling them where it is they will find evidence so they won't have to look where they won't. As commander, Jim is aware that Russell must know the patterns and procedures behind this kind of investigation. It doesn't matter what it'll take. Time, cost, finding deleted data, searching everywhere and anywhere. It's already approved. It's only a matter of time, he tells him. Russell rubs his forehead with one hand and then rests his chin in it, looking down at the ground. So what are we going to do here, Russ? I've put my best foot forward for you here, bud. Jim applies pressure in that friendly, confrontational way that is so well known in Canadian interrogations. Russell thinks about it and sighs. He wants to minimize the impact on his wife. Jim does too. So, how do we do that? Russell asks. Well, you start by telling the truth. Jim attempts again. So where is she? After a long silence, the mask finally comes off. You got a map? Russell asks.
We're not even dealing with something that's really even evidence because it's not needed. I mean, when you have DNA and all this other stuff, that's not even.
What was the direction?
I don't recall, but it was something along the lines of telling the people on the base that they weren't required legally to speak with police and they should seek legal counsel before they decide to speak. But
well, if that was actually said, it would not have been to the base at large. It may have been to the individual, the boyfriend who was the suspect.
Okay, my understanding it went out to all personnel.
No, absolutely.
Maybe no, only under your command. I don't know.
It didn't.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't ever see it.
That's fine. Now let's get back to the issue. What's that?
So you talk about perception. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now.
Yeah.
And the impact this is going to have on the Canadian forces.
Where do we go? Russ, is there anything you want from me? Is there anything you want me to explain? Is there something missing that you're struggling with that I can shed some light on for you?
I'm struggling with how upset my wife is right now.
Russ, what are you looking for?
I'm concerned that they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house.
So am I. But if nobody tells them what's there and what's not, they don't have any choice. Computers will be brought to Microsoft in California. They'll be picked apart. You can't erase things from computers. It doesn't happen. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure that's pretty common knowledge these days. It just doesn't happen. They sell programs that to try and help people clean their computers of stuff, and our guys are pulling that stuff out all the time. The FBI is pulling that stuff out all the time. This investigation will end up costing no less than $10 million. Easy. And they will say no to nothing. Any request this major case manager makes on this case, they've already been told it's approved. Don't even bother asking. So what am I doing, Russ? I put my best foot forward here for you, bud. I really have. I don't know what else to do to make you understand the impact of what's happening here.
I want to minimize the impact on my wife.
So do I.
So how do we do that?
Well, you start by telling the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So where is she?
You got a map?
Is she close to where she lives? I've got maps of that general area. Which town is she near? Why don't we start there?
While officers in another room are off to secure a paper map Russell can pinpoint the exact coordinates on, Jim asks for descriptions about the location, how long she's been there, and when it happened. This is a difficult moment to get past in any interrogation, and it's only the beginning. There's miles to go before this finish line, but for now Jim is relieved to be past the trickiest part of the day. He shakes Russell's hand before leaving the room to thank him for being honorable and doing the right thing. Russell dismisses the notion and says, "Again, my only interest is my wife and her family. Your time in Ottawa is wasted. I can tell you where my memory cards are." He gives Jim directions for officers to locate them, as well as 2 hard drives. Ever the commander of righteous honor, he was going to stick by his promise that he'd work with the police. There was no interest in helping the family of his victims or doing the right thing. He stresses to Jim that he's doing this for Mary and her dream home. Jim wasn't totally lying when he said this would be his final card to play, and he comes across so sincerely and acting as if Russell's interests are his interests. But they were going to search the Ottawa home top to bottom, no matter what evidence he offered over. The idea that Mary would be spared any inconvenience was just a perfectly constructed mirage. However, the energy in the room is almost as if there's an equal exchange of favor. Once again, Jim has brilliantly set a new tone. Russell spits out his gum now, sipping the coffee he was given over an hour ago. The break in the ice has given way, and it's his choice whether he can fight the current or go with it. Instead of seeking caution, he's seeking comfort. A shift has happened now. They're in uncharted territory, and there's no going back. He gives Jim the details about where Jessica's body is and the state in which she'll be found. If it wasn't for all his videos and images, Russell may have been able to omit nearly all the vile and horrific details of his attacks. I guess it's wide open now, eh? He sits back and crosses his arms. If Jim leads the way, he's willing to follow. Jim starts by asking him details about Jessica. Russell describes how he saw her when he was driving by one night, and breaking in to look around and gather intel like it was a mission. He didn't hit her, he notes, only once on Friday night. The silver lining for Russell personally with all this confessing is that he finally gets to live out the details again in a way he never thought he would, by telling another person out loud. Out of all his victims, he enjoys talking about Jessica the most, always bringing up her name without prompting. He tells Jim everything, claiming it to the fact. "So I raped her in her house, and then I took her to the car and took her to Tweed." As he describes spending the day at his cottage with her, he looks down at the floor and begins to rub and cover his throat with one hand. He knows the worst part is coming, and he's feeling distressed. Everything hidden is now coming to light. This rubbing and tugging he does at his chin and neck is a common pacifying response to stress for Russell. He did it when he saw the foot impressions were a match, and again shortly before he was asked for a map. He gives a few micro nods while he finishes the quick summary and looks up at Jim. Russell knows they'll be able to use luminol to find the blood he wiped away. Poor Jessica. She must have felt such a rush of hope, believing that they were leaving. Russell holds his coffee cup with both hands close to his stomach, while Jim asks a few more details.
Oh, there it is there. Okay. How far off the road is she?
40 feet.
Is she covered with anything?
She's wrapped up.
In
She's
what?
on the surface. Just a gray something or other cover.
Okay. Barry, the obvious question I'm going to have for you is, when they go there, and they'll be there shortly, they're going to find her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. You look like you want to say something.
Just that this place, my wife, it's been a dream for the better part of a year, so I'm keen to get them what they need and so they can leave her alone.
Okay. Well, we're going to do our best to keep that as low-key as possible, okay? What do you want to talk about?
It's pretty wide open now, eh?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, do you want to work forwards or backwards?
Doesn't matter.
Why don't we start with Jessica? How does that start for you?
I saw her in her house on her crib mat. Wednesday night, I guess. Then I noticed she wasn't there Thursday. So I got into the house to look around. Then, and then left. Noticed she'd come home. So I went back in through the back patio door while she was sleeping.
Okay.
So I woke her up. Didn't hit her. She only hit her once. Friday night.
Okay.
Well, so I raped her in her house. And then I took her to the car and took her to Tweed. And spent the day in Tweed. And then I hit her as we were walking. She thought we were leaving. Hit her on the back of the head.
Okay.
Anything in particular?
Well, what did the hit on the back of the head do?
Well, I was surprised that her skull gave way. She was there and immediately unconscious. And I strangled her.
Okay. What did you hit her with?
Flashlight.
Okay. In the house or outside the house?
Who knows? Yeah, they'll find signs of that.
Where in the house did this happen?
In the main portion, just in front of the fireplace.
What do you mean they'll find signs of it?
Oh, there's quite a bit of blood. I hadn't expected. I'd expected to knock her out. But obviously generated a lot of blood.
What did she bleed onto?
The floor. It's just tile floor.
Did you clean it up or did you?
I wiped it up. I know it'll be easily spotted.
What makes you think that? Like, if I walked in that house right now, would I see
You
it?
wouldn't see it, not at all. But you know, the right signs will show it, I'm sure.
Okay. So when that happened, did she have clothes on or was she naked? Or?
She was dressed.
Okay. So when we find her, is she going to have those clothes on too?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Jim wastes no time moving on to Marie France. Russell confirms his pattern as he describes breaking into her home while she was away, and then hiding in the basement before she discovered him. He looks up at Jim with full eye contact to tell this story. She was trying to get her cat to come upstairs, and the cat had seen me and was fixated on me in the corner. She couldn't get the cat up, he says with an undertone of amusement. I guess she was wondering what the cat was staring at. It would be a funny story if it wasn't one of assault, rape, and murder. He looks back down at the ground to tell the rest, but this part brings up personal frustration for Russell. This was the night everything went wrong. He would have preferred Marie asleep and compliant. When she spotted me, I had the same flashlight. I subdued her, tied her up, brought her upstairs, and strangled her. Well, suffocated her with some tape, and left her there. It's a nice and neat summary of a horrific attack that lasted hours, one in which he doled out humiliation, violence, and a murder drawn out with fear and contempt. He had played with Marie like an animal toying with its half-dead prey. Jim asks for more details again, wanting to corroborate as much of his story with actual evidence as possible. He even allows Russell some distance from the crime, but Russell still takes full ownership. She suffocated? Jim asks. Well, I suffocated her, Russell admits with his arms crossed. And he's certain that Marie never caught on about who he was, especially since he had been hiding his identity before wrapping her head with the towel.
Marie France, comment?
There was an open window in the basement of her house when she was away. I went in there a couple of nights before she came home. Looked around. I went back in there late at night when she was at home. She was on the phone in her bedroom. She actually discovered me in the basement. She was trying to get her cat to come upstairs, and the cat was in the basement, had seen me and was fixated on me in the corner. She couldn't get the cat up, so she came downstairs to try and get the cat, and weren't sure why she came over to me. I guess the cat was staring at me, and she was wondering what the cat was staring at. The lights were on. So when she spotted me, I had the same flashlight. I subdued her, tied her up, brought her upstairs, and strangled her later in the morning. Well, or suffocated her. Some tape. Left her there.
How did you subdue her? When you say subdued her in the basement, what did you do?
Well, I had the same flashlight, and she saw me right away. So I was just I hit her a couple of times and around her head, try and knock her out. Didn't, but she was bleeding a little bit. Eventually, through a struggle, subdued her.
Okay. Any blood from that struggle?
Oh yeah. No, not a whole bunch, but a flashlight did break her skin a couple of times.
Okay. What area of the basement did that take place in?
I was hiding behind the furnace, so she spotted me right there.
Okay. Did she recognize you?
No, I had stuff on my face.
So you go upstairs, and you said she suffocated?
Well, I suffocated her. I put tape on her. I put tape on her mouth, and then I put tape on her nose and held it there so she couldn't breathe.
Jim asks where the duct tape is, but he used the rest up for Jessica. They'll still have a trove of other evidence to work with, though. Conveniently for them, Russell kept the flashlight at his Tweed cottage. It had worked so well in previous attacks, no doubt he would have kept it to use again. And speaking of trophies, he admits to taking a huge amount of lingerie, underwear, bras, and other clothing. Seems he forgot to mention boxes of those in the basement of their new Ottawa home. At least 60 pieces or so, between Jessica and Marie, right underneath Mary's nose. Then he describes the previous attacks, how he stalked them before he broke in to assault them. Why do you think these things happen? Jim asks. Russell laughs a little, knowing this would eventually be asked. He's admittedly thought a lot about that question of all questions himself, but whatever depth of soul-searching he's capable of has resulted in nothing. He doesn't have an answer, nor does he really think it matters now. What's done is done and he's caught. Asking that question was only purposeful when he could still fool himself into thinking that finding the answer would stop his need to do these things. When Jim asks how he felt about these women, Russell raises his eyebrows with uncertainty and says he didn't know any of them. But that's not what Jim is asking. Russell doesn't naturally think with emotion. He doesn't understand that this is an emotion-based question. You might as well ask him how he felt about the carpet as he ripped it up from his floor, because his victims held just as much value. Jim asks about Jessica, and after a long pause, Russell again misses the point, and instead says, "She's a very nice girl." He nods to himself, looking down. This endearing favoritism again plays out as he remembers her utter compliance, the hot tears streaming down her face, the way he had lied to himself about how she liked everything he did. But Russell didn't know a thing about Jessica, and he didn't genuinely care about her. His fondness is rooted as deeply as a child, reminiscing about their favorite toy they destroyed on purpose. Jim has to snap Russell out of his daydream, asking him why he killed Jessica. He says that by then, a pattern had surely been established with his crimes. He knew that law enforcement would be able to connect everything if both women told the police about him tying them up and taking photographs. Jim challenges this excuse. What if he hadn't taken photographs? Then what? Russell doesn't know. But when it came to Marie France, he was certain that authorities wouldn't be able to ignore the connection to the military, and he would be on their radar. It never occurred to him that he could just not attack her. The part of Russell that made those decisions had set its sights on Marie, and no one else would suffice.
Did you take anything out of Marie France's house or Jessica Lloyd's house?
Yeah, some of their underwear.
Okay.
That's all.
And where is that?
It's in some boxes in the basement here in Ottawa, in that rec room. So we just moved in, so there are boxes everywhere. So on the same side as the furnished room, sort of in the back against the wall.
Okay. What do the other boxes look like?
I think one's a scanner, the box for my scanner.
Mm-hmm.
They're all right next to each other, so a quick look through the boxes there will find it.
Okay. How much underwear is in those boxes?
Probably 60 pieces or so total.
All women's?
Yeah, 60 pieces of theirs.
Of whose?
Of Jessica's and Maddie Farrell's.
So you took 60 pieces from between the two of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a,
All right. And they're in a, like, when you talk about a scanner, is it a computer scanner box?
my computer scanner is up in the office, and its box is down in the basement, so
Okay.
it's inside that box.
Does any of the underwear in those boxes belong to anyone other than Marie-France or Jessica?
Yeah, there's some from each of the other two women.
Okay. Why don't we talk about those two women?
Mhm.
So the first one happened on the 16th, and I don't know why I can't recall their names, but the lady that was lived closer to you.
No, Laurie was closer to me.
Okay.
So the first one, I had just spotted her from our boat, actually. I got into the house while she was asleep. Noticed that she was alone, and just hit her with my hand while she was sleeping. Subdued her. Mostly just my weight on top of her. Had her take off her pajamas, took some pictures, took some of her underwear and left.
And the other woman?
Same kind of deal. Went in through the back of the house. She was sleeping in her, not in her bedroom, but in her, in front of the TV. Very much the same story.
Anything different about that story? I mean, pretty much the same story and exactly the same story are two different things, right?
Yeah, no, not much different at all. I did have the flashlight that time. I hit her with a flashlight. Didn't think it would knock her out. Did. So, and I subdued her with my weight. Took off her clothes, took some pictures, and left.
Why do you think these things happen?
Oh.
Have you spent much time thinking about that?
About why?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know the answers. And I'm pretty sure the answers don't matter.
Well, let me ask you this: did you like or dislike these women?
I didn't know any of them.
Okay.
I had met Maddie France that one time in our airplane.
Okay. No, I guess when you're going through these things, are you? Well, let's talk about Jessica because she was there with you for the whole day, right? Mm-hmm. What kind of feelings were you experiencing while you were with her that day?
Oh, she was a very nice girl.
Can you tell me why you killed her? Russ? Do you know why you killed her?
Well, I think I killed her because I knew that her story would be recognized.
Her story would be recognized? How do you mean?
Well, because she knew I was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the two stories in Tweed, that would have been a fairly been quite obvious.
So if you didn't take pictures, what would you have done with her?
I don't know.
I mean, she's at your house, right? Well, let me ask you this. Is it 2 lived, right? And 2 died. What was the difference in your mind between?
Well, the attention the first 2 got was very much focused on, obviously, or for obvious reasons, pictures I took. So anybody else telling stories about pictures, right, would have been a fairly straight line.
Okay, but when this thing happened with Marie France, did you believe that you were already a suspect for what happened in Sweet?
No.
So what were you concerned about?
Well, because I was pretty sure that she was serving military, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been difficult for investigators to ignore that connection.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Now that they've established a foundation for the attacks, Jim goes over things again, asking about different details. Returning to the night that he saw Jessica, he asks Russell to describe seeing her and kidnapping her. Russell eventually gets up and leans against the wall with his coffee cup in one hand and his other hand in the pocket of his jeans. Don't need those. He tosses his car keys onto the table to make room. He leans back against the wall again, crossing his legs at the ankles. This casual pose is eerie. Without sound, you'd think 2 men were in a break room at the office, discussing the weather. Russell's arthritic body is stiff and sore from sitting down for so long, but even so, this conversational stance grants him no favors in how casual he appears. He's also getting a little disinterested, occasionally letting his mind wander to what Mary might be doing and thinking at this moment. He sits back down and sighs. With specific prompting, he tells Jim more about the assault, the zip ties, the threats, and how Jessica did everything he told her to do. He took lots of pictures. They'll see all of those. And then he got her dressed and they left. He isn't even sure when the exact moment is that he decided to take her. That wasn't the plan, but he also didn't hesitate. 3 hours at Jessica's house just wasn't enough.
Let's go back to Jessica then, okay? You see her on the Wednesday night, okay? On her treadmill?
Mm.
How do you see her?
She was in the basement, window wide open, on a treadmill. So I drove by.
Okay. Did you stop to look at the house, or how does that catch your eye as you drive by?
Well, I was looking to see who was where. Don't know that area very well, so I was just keeping my eyes open.
Okay. So you spot her on the Wednesday?
Yeah.
Do you just keep on going, or did you stop and take a closer look that night or anything? No?
I kept going.
Okay. And you went back on the Thursday night, right?
Yep.
So you go back on the Thursday night, and you went into the house before she came home?
Yeah, she was out.
Okay.
Yeah, she was out. Got in through the kitchen window. It's unlocked. Everything else was locked.
Okay. So you're in there doing what?
Looking around to see who lived in the house. It was just her.
Okay. And then what do you do?
Well, I left the house. And she came home. I hadn't been out of the house very long. So I watched for a little bit to see if she was alone. She was. And I went in when she went back to sleep. Actually went to sleep.
Okay. So you go in, she's sleeping. And what do you do?
Well, I snuck up to the side of her bed, expecting to try to knock her out. She woke up, but she did as I said, so I didn't hit her.
What did you say?
Just lie down on your tummy.
Okay.
She did. I tied her up.
What'd you tie her up with?
Some rope I brought.
So she's on her stomach. How are you tying her up?
Just tying her hands behind her back.
Okay. She got clothes on at that point?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of clothes?
Sweats.
All right. You tie her hands behind her back, and then what happens?
I took her clothes off.
Okay. And then what happened?
I raped her.
A rape could mean a lot of different things. What kind of sexual act took place?
Just, vaginal and oral.
Okay. Oral. Who was performing the oral sex?
Me on her and her on me.
Okay. Any condoms used or anything like that?
No.
No. Anything? Any kind of conversation happening when this is going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
What was being said?
Well, I threatened her before I had her perform oral sex.
What did you say?
Well, I put a zip tie around her neck. I said that I would pull it if I didn't like what she would do.
Okay. So she did what you told her to do?
Mm-hmm.
Any issues there? Any reason to pull it?
No.
So, do you remember if you ejaculated at that point? Or at any point?
Not at that point, but later on.
Okay. So, the oral sex finishes, and then what happens next?
Well, I continued to rape her, and I had her put on some of her underwear. Took some pictures, lots of pictures. And then got her dressed, walked back to the truck.
Okay. At what point did you decide that she was going to leave with you?
I'm not sure. That wasn't necessarily always the plan.
Russell describes arriving at Tweed, showering, and sleeping for a few hours. He tells Jim about Jessica having a seizure and how helpful he was to talk her through it and make sure she didn't bite her tongue. What a stand-up guy. He raped her again, although this time he specifies it as had sex, as if it was somehow consensual, and again forced her to model for pictures. Resting his face in his hand, he wants to avoid Jim's question about what kind of content they'll see. Well, there's almost 4 hours, he finally admits. Of what? Jim asks. Russell adjusts and leans forward slightly. Well, raping her. He verifies the camera was running pretty much the whole time. Same with the attack on Marie-France. Russell stares down at the floor, playing out the vivid details of that night that he isn't saying out loud. The screams and sweat, the blood and adrenaline. As long as he can keep them for his own, those details are for Russell only. After redressing and feeding Jessica, they got ready to leave, but throughout the whole act, Russell already knew he wasn't going to let her go. By afternoon, the idea of striking her in the head had already developed. The promises of safe return were just to keep her compliant. He knew she was dead when her body was still, stored her in the garage like one of his moving boxes full of uncompleted tasks, and went to the base for his morning flight. His schedule was packed ever since. Only this past Tuesday did he finally get a chance to dump the body behind a big rock in a wooded area. He knows the exact directions, down to the kilometers by the point, telling Jim there's no particular reason for that besides the fact that he's a numbers guy. He just has to know the numbers. When he came back home, he made massive efforts to thoroughly clean up with bleach and other chemicals.
So you get up from that, and what happens next?
She had a seizure, actually. She felt it coming on, and because she'd had some before. Lasted quite a while. Got her dressed into the family room, and anyway, she recovered. She got it was the stress, but probably went on for about 15 minutes. Sort of so it was convulsions is what she was saying.
Okay. So she recovered from that?
Yep, she I stayed with her and talked her through it and make sure she didn't bite her tongue.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, then we had a little lie down right there because she was obviously exhausted. Put a cover over her and she went to sleep. Wait for an hour or so. And I had told her earlier that before I let her go, I wanted to take some pictures of her in her underwear. And have sex with her. So after she'd had a rest for an hour or so, I had her put on a number of different outfits she had.
I'm sorry?
Put on a number, pairs, panties, bra that she had.
Okay.
Taken from the house. So she put those on and I took pictures.
Okay. Are you in any of these pictures?
Yep.
What kind of images are you in?
Well, I'm with her. There's on the hard drives. You'll see there's video as well. So there's video of the almost 4 hours, I guess.
Of what?
Well, of initially at her place of me raping her. And then, so I was running the video and then taking still pictures. So the video pretty much covers everything.
Did you use video at other places?
At Many Frances as well.
And is that video on the hard drives?
Yep.
Same type of activity?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't have her put on any stuff.
Okay. So Jessica poses for these pictures and there's videos and then what happens?
Then I got her dressed because she thought she was leaving. Got a bite to eat. Fruit. And then as we were walking out, I struck her on the back of the head.
Okay. When did you decide to do that?
Well, I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to let her leave. But, The idea of striking her on the head was developed in the afternoon.
And what was that strike supposed to accomplish in your mind? What was the intent of doing that?
Well, I thought I would be able to knock her out, and then I was going to strangle her.
Okay. So when you actually do strike her, what's the result?
Her skull gave way a little bit. Felt like, and there was a lot of blood, so I think that's what happened. She was immediately unconscious. And then I strangled her.
How'd you strangle her?
The same rope. Just put her around her neck.
Okay.
While she was unconscious.
Now, what happened to the zip tie that was around her neck earlier?
I took it off.
Did you take it off before you put the rope around her neck, or after, or do you remember?
After she was dead.
Oh, okay. So the zip tie was around her neck while you used the rope?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you leave the rope around her neck?
No.
Okay. And how did you know she was dead?
She, her body stopped moving.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I bound her up. There's fetal position. And cleaned up the floor.
No, you say you bound her up. Are you referring to the duct tape that you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did you do?
I put her in the garage. It was very cold. And then I went into the base.
Okay. Why'd you go to the base?
Pardon me?
Why'd you go to the base?
Because I was flying early the next morning.
Okay. So what time did you leave to go to the base?
Well, I told you about between 9 and 10 or so.
On the Friday night?
Yep.
Okay. So you fly, and
Then I drove home to Ottawa.
Jim asks about the timeline with Marie France again. When it first occurred to him to break into her home, Russell sighs at what feels like a hamster wheel of shame. His face a little red, he looks up at Jim. It's been at least a full hour of total honesty, and it's quite the undertaking. But Marie is a crucial event in this timeline. She was the escalating factor, and Jim wants to know why she was the one to get murdered, after all the other women he attacked. The moment that Marie had mentioned she lived alone, a deadly spark of interest was ignited in Russell. Beyond that, he can't explain to Jim why he had to have her, as opposed to all the other women he came across on a daily basis. I don't know. He lets out a slight shrug. He doesn't want to get into feelings or motive. There's nothing of worth there for him. He quickly switches back to talking about first stalking her, before his final break-in. And he skirts around the truth of how he would have been sure of her schedule, finally fessing up to abusing his power in the military to check her personnel file. He broke in, wore her underwear, made sure she lived alone, and planned for his night of terror.
so Marie France, when did it first occur to you to go to her house?
Well, probably in October. October, November, not quite sure, but somewhere in that time frame.
And do you remember why you thought to do that?
Well, she had said she lived alone when the one time I met her.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to understand why her versus the dozens of other women you probably come across on a daily basis.
I don't know. When I out there when she wasn't home just to see where she lived. And
When did you do that?
a couple of nights before,
How did you know her address?
I was on a little roll for the basement.
Okay. So when you go out there a couple of nights before, do you remember what night that was? When you were there first time?
I don't, but it was within 2 or 3 nights, I think.
Okay.
Oh, well, no more than 4 anyway, something like that.
And did you actually go into her house on that occasion, or did you? Okay. So what happened that night? How'd you get into her house?
This window on the side of the basement.
Just a back step a bit. How did you get to her house that first night you went there?
I drove.
What did you drive?
I think I drove my truck. Can't find her.
Did you remember where you parked it?
Yep, I parked it a bit of a division in the residential areas there. I parked it on another side, 600-700 meters away.
Okay. So you go to her house, and when you went there that night, did you know that she was away?
I'm not sure if I knew entirely, but I think I thought she was away.
Okay. Is that based on her schedule, or how would you know?
Well, because I fly with the squadron, I have access to the schedule, and
Okay.
it's a slightly different schedule she has, but that's probably how I know.
You don't know for sure?
I think that's probably how I know.
Okay. So you go to her house, and what do you do that night, the first night?
I looked around and made sure that she was living there alone.
And I'm sorry, did you say, I can't remember if you said, how did you get in?
Same way, about side basement window.
Side basement window? Okay. So you go in, and you're in her house, figuring out she lives alone, and do you do anything that night?
Yeah, I was playing with her underwear.
You mean playing with her underwear?
Wearing it.
Jim is also a master at managing any and all reactions. These are graphic and shameful questions for both Russell and his victims, but they need to cover this ground. He asks about different sex acts, whether he ejaculated, if he wore a condom. And these questions are both important on an evidentiary level and also a psychological level. With his background, Jim is always able to ask things that provide multi-purpose information. Because he's seen it all and heard the worst, he doesn't flinch at anything Russell confides. And this approach is perfect because offenders logically know that the things they're doing are wrong and will be perceived as insane or perverted. The room needs to be one of non-judgment to keep the conversation going. Back to Marie France, Russell switches between eye contact with Jim and staring at the floor while covering the details again. It may seem like a strange ping-pong way to go about things, but every time they cover the same story, new information pops up, which allows Jim to naturally ask more questions. Because he went into this interview with relatively little information, narrative interrogation is a wise choice. This technique doesn't require as much aggression or opposition from Jim, just allowing him to remain curious and, for the most part, neutral. A lot of his questions for Russell pertain to who is involved, how they were connected to each other, where and when it happened, and other open-ended topics. Jim isn't like this in every interrogation, but it is how he prefers it. That's about the only thing these two men have in common, besides a badge. Neither of them enjoy confrontation. Jim sits back with one leg crossed over the other, leaning most of his upper body weight to one side of the chair, a relaxed and casual posture. It's been well over 2 hours now, and the rapport between them is evident. His choice of language is masterful. So after the first visit, did you return again before meeting up with her? Visit meaning the first break-in, and meeting up meaning the night he killed her. Russell shakes his head no, his legs open and outstretched, his arms still crossed against his chest. He stands up against the wall again, at first with both hands behind his back, and then he picks up his coffee cup and puts his other hand in his pocket. The green rope he used on both Marie and Jessica is at the cottage in Tweed. Russell is more resistant when talking about Marie, and that could be for a myriad of reasons. It was a really violent night, and nothing went as planned. It's connected to his military career, and it was the first major escalation. He wanted a compliant human doll to abuse, but instead he got a defiant fighter. Well, I had thought about strangling her earlier, and there was a short-lived attempt because she struggled quite a bit. Later, when they watch the tapes, they'll see this isn't exactly true. At least before he killed her, Marie France kicked his ass. This conversation is pretty one-sided as opposed to his conversation about Jessica. I taped her mouth as soon as I got her up to the bedroom because she was, aggressive. She would have screamed if she had the chance.
And what happens next?
As I described, I subdued her. Gave her the flashlight. But essentially, wrestled her to the ground and tied her up.
What did you use to tie her up?
Same rope, green rope.
So you tie her up. How did you tie her up after you subdued her? Okay. And what is she wearing at that point?
She wasn't wearing anything to start with.
So when she came down to the basement, she had no clothes on?
Mm-hmm. She had some sort of a shawl over her shoulder.
Okay.
And she immediately dropped when she saw me.
Did she say anything when she saw you?
She did. She called out, "You bastard."
Okay. And then what happened?
Then I subdued her as I described.
By hitting her with that red flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Although they were more glancing blows. Cut her skin, but weren't doing much else.
Okay.
She fell over and then I subdued her. She tripped.
How did you tie her at that point? Like, I know you used the rope, but what did you tie her up like?
Just pulled her hands behind her back and just tied her wrists together.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Then I took her upstairs.
Did she go upstairs under her own power, or did you carry her?
No, she passed out on the stairs. And then I carried her up.
Why do you think she passed out?
I expect from the hits to her head.
So you carried her up to where?
To her bedroom, put her on the bed.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, as I described, I think she's on the bed. I raped her over a period of time.
And again, just to be specific, what sex acts took place?
Just vaginal.
Any condom used?
No.
Did you ejaculate?
No.
It's just straight vaginal sex? No condom, no ejaculation? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long does that go for? Like, how long were you engaged in that activity?
Well, hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess.
Okay. And then what happens next?
Well, as I described, I suffocated her using duct tape.
Why did you decide to do that?
Well, again, because of the pictures. As I described to you, it would have, it was going to be a pretty straight line back to Tweed.
Okay. But why did you decide to use that method versus something else?
I had thought about strangling her earlier. That's on the video.
What is?
It was a short-lived attempt because she struggled quite a bit. And then I decided that I needed to suffocate her.
So there's a short-lived attempt at strangling her. And what's on the video, the suffocation or the strangling?
Well, just me putting my hand on her throat. And then her responding, a surprise, very aggressively.
Okay. Any videos of the suffocation part or pictures of that? Now, you mentioned that you brought the rope with you. Where did the duct tape come from?
I brought it.
Okay. And what did you do with it afterwards?
I think it stayed in tweed.
So before the suffocation, obviously, how long do you think you were with her from the point... Well, how long do you think you were in that house from the point you went in that window to the point you left?
Probably 4 hours.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, did you say you got there at 11? Or around 11?
I think that's right.
Okay. So, you left around 3 in the morning?
Well, I was in the basement for quite a while before she came down. Right? She wasn't going to bed. So I was probably in the basement for 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So by the time she saw me, it was probably closer to midnight.
All right.
But I didn't have a watch on, so I'm not sure.
Any gloves?
I don't think so.
Did you wear gloves with Jessica?
Only to get in the house. It was a very cold night.
And what about the 2 women in tweed?
No gloves.
So while you're with Marie Franz, what kind of conversations are taking place? Anything she said to you stick out in your mind?
No, I taped her mouth. There's no conversation.
Okay. When did you tape her mouth?
As soon as I got her up to the bedroom.
Why did you decide to do that?
Because she was quite aggressive.
In what way?
I was confident she would have screamed given the chance.
What way
But
was
she did initially,
Did she?
in the basement.
So in what way was she aggressive?
Well, just when she discovered me, she was very vocal, screamed quite a bit until I subdued her, so I expected she would scream again, given the chance.
Okay. Do you remember how you left her residence?
Back door. Patio door.
Okay. Did you take anything with you that night?
Some of her underwear.
Anything else?
Russell explains that he turned off his BlackBerry before he left the base and went to Marie's house. Did you do anything else to cover up evidence? Jim asks. Russell says that he took the sheets off her bed, tossed them in the laundry with bleach, and started the washing machine. A detail from the crime scene not known to the public that only her killer would know. And another detail to confirm Russell's credibility in real time. He turned his phone on in the middle of his drive to Ottawa for his morning meeting. Seeing as we're going backwards, why don't we talk about the second incident in Tweed, the incident with Lori? Going forwards and backwards is a great tactic to find any gaps in time or pieces of missing logic. How did you decide on her? Jim asks, facing Russell, who is still up against the wall, literally and metaphorically. Jim's legs are bent at the knee and open, his hands clasped between them. He maintains a professionalism that is approachable and easygoing. I knew she lived alone, Russell says, covering the back of his neck. He sits back down, explaining that she had a boyfriend who didn't seem to be around, and he took the opportunity. Lori had confided that they were fighting and he wasn't currently staying there. He's feeling less entertained by these stories and more preoccupied with what's happening to his life outside of this room. He smiles and sighs as Jim asks what else happened. "We've been through this," Russell notes. He gives a short description of 2.5 hours. Even Jim notes its lack of detail. Russell supplies a bit more, including minor details again only known by the offender, like cutting her top off with a knife and telling her to count out loud before he left her home. He had done the same to Jessica's top. After the attack on Lori, he went to work a few hours later, just like normal.
Well, seeing as we're going backwards in time here, why don't we talk about the second incident in Tweed? With Lori, how did you decide on her?
I knew she lived alone. That's it.
How did you know that?
She lived 3 doors down and didn't know her, but I knew she was pretty lone. She had a boyfriend and hadn't been around. Looked in the window and she was alone.
So she had a boyfriend, but he wasn't too frequent? Okay.
Well, he wasn't. She told me that they were fighting, so that's why I hadn't been.
Okay. So, did you look in her house before the night that this incident happened, or when did you do that?
I had been in within a week. Only a couple of nights earlier.
What did you do that night?
I looked around to see if there were any permanent signs of her boyfriend, I guess. Took 1 or 2 pieces of her underwear. That's all.
Okay. So the night you go there, when the incident happens, do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. I probably got into the house around midnight. She was asleep on the couch. Well, I didn't know that, but I knew she was in there.
And how'd you get in, sorry?
Window in the back of the house. There's a little sunroom.
Was it just something you had to slide, or how did you
I had
get
to
that?
remove the screen and slide it up.
Okay.
So I got into the house and she was asleep in front of the TV.
Wearing anything on your face that night?
Yeah, same things.
Okay. The headband and the cap? Okay. What kind of clothes did you have on?
Just dark sweatshirt or pants.
Right. So she's asleep on the couch, you're in there, and then what happens?
We have been through this thing.
I know.
I struck her with the flashlight, thinking it would knock her out. It didn't. We struggled. I subdued her. Took some pictures. Left. It's probably in the house about 2.5 hours.
It's a pretty short description for 2.5 hours.
Well, we talked. I told her I wasn't going to hurt her. I told her that there were other guys in the house robbing her. My job was just to control her.
What did she say to that?
She was scared. Worried she was going to be seriously hurt.
Did she say that, or did you just assume that?
Oh no, she said that. She was worried she was going to be killed. I said, I'm not going to kill him.
What did you do with? You said you took pictures of her. Clothed, unclothed.
Both. Clothed initially, and then unclothed.
Are you in any of those pictures?
I don't think so.
You just took them of her? What kind of camera are you using, by the way?
It's a digital Sony.
You just have the one camera?
Yeah. And the video camera.
Also, they're two separate?
Yeah.
Some cameras take video, right? And where is the camera and the video camera?
In Tweed.
Is it the only camera and video camera in that house?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you take pictures of her, and how do you end up leaving? Like you,
I just told her to, I don't know, count or wait for a number of minutes before she called the police.
and did you leave immediately, or did you stay there for a while, see what she was going to do, or?
I left.
And where do you go?
Home.
Straight home?
Mm-hmm.
Did you wait to see if the police showed up or anything, or?
No. Well, I mean, it's,
So what did you do when you got
a
home?
couple hundred feet. I went to sleep.
And what did you do the next day?
Went to work. Normal time.
Okay.
A couple hours later.
And going back to September 16th, why her? Jim asks. Because I had seen her. She was cute. That's it, Russell says. The night of the attack, he wore the same outfit, stood over her while she slept, and then hit her with his fist. Using his weight, he took control of her and describes the rest. He trails off quietly, staring at the ground. He's getting more disinterested and tired. His nervous system is recovering from the rush of adrenaline over being caught. The shine is starting to fade. He tells him that the underwear he took from both of those women are in Tweed, and he doesn't know why some of them are there and other clothing is in Ottawa. When it comes to Marie, the answer is most likely simple math. He went straight from her house to Ottawa. With Jessica, it's possibly more. He could have left them in Tweed with her body. Instead, he wanted pieces of her close to him. Even going a day or two without some sort of fix was apparently too much for Russell. Even when he was with his wife, he wasn't 100% able to contain it. Memory cards hidden in drawers, computer scanner boxes of underwear, hard drives in the office. His house was covered in a secret braille that only Russell could read.
So on the 16th of September, when you went in that night, was that the first time you'd been in her house?
Yep.
Okay. And why her?
Just because I'd seen her and she was cute. That's it.
Okay. So there was no... you didn't go into her house before that night?
No.
All right. So you go in, and how'd you get into her house?
Side window. The was not locked. Cut the screen, slid the window, crawled in.
Okay. And what you wearing?
Same. Sweatshirt, dark pants.
The same hat and... Okay. And where do you find...
In bed, asleep.
Okay. And what do you do?
Stood over her for a while and I hit her on the left side of her head. Just with my hand. Just woke her up. We struggled. Just lay on her. And very much like I described a little bit ago, took off her, pulled her top down, and took off her pants. Took some pictures, left.
Do you remember her saying anything to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
All kinds of things. She had a young baby just next door, the other room, 8 months or so. So obviously concerned about the baby. Concerned for herself. I assured her I was not going to hurt her. Physically,
Any underwear taken from or Lori?
Yep, both.
And where would they be located?
In Tweed.
And why are they in Tweed as opposed to Marie Franz and Jessica's underwear?
I don't know.
Do you remember how much of their underwear you took?
Not very much from Lori.
Did they know that you took their underwear?
I don't know.
You didn't discuss it with them or anything? So where in Tweed would their underwear be?
In the laundry room area.
Okay.
Just between the house and the garage.
Right? So where in that laundry room area would they be kept?
There's a cupboard up top. They're in a duffel bag.
What's the duffel bag look like?
It's a green army duffel bag.
Are they all in the same duffel bag? Is there anything else in that duffel bag?
Just underwear.
Okay.
Even though they'll have a team working around the clock to retrieve anything they can from Russell's deleted tech, Jim asks about what kind of images were on there. If there's any chance they miss any, it'll cover those bases. Russell stands up against the wall, sighing and describing things with as little detail as possible. It's been a few hours, and Jim is feeling it too, as he rubs his eyes. There will be more questioning, but for now, Jim wants to know why he decided to come clean tonight. Mostly to make my wife's life easier. He looks down at his feet. He certainly may not have shortened the search in Ottawa, but in the least he did what he could to not prolong it. All this commander could do now is the smallest of favors to a woman he betrayed to the fullest extent. When Jim asks if he's told the truth, Russell looks at him and says, "Yep." "How do you feel about what you've done?" he dares. Russell lets out a chuckle. Again, a question so huge it's difficult to answer. "Disappointed," he says quietly after a pause. "Let me ask you this," Jim inquires. "If this didn't come to the point it's at right now, do you think it would have happened again?" Russell looks at his feet and sighs. "I was hoping not, but I can't answer that question," he admits. Russell may have been in charge of every other aspect of his life and even the lives of quite a number of people, but this one thing, this was out of his control.
Well, I guess I just have a couple of questions for you. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more questions, but I guess what's on my mind right now, Russ, is what made you decide to tell me this tonight?
Mostly to make my wife's life easier.
Is what you told me tonight the truth?
Yeah.
How do you feel about what you've done? Like what?
Disappointed.
Let me ask you this: if this didn't come to the point it's at right now, if for whatever reason you didn't end up on our radar, so to speak, do you think it would have happened again?
I was hoping not, but I can't answer the question.
It's been a few hours since authorities began searching his homes, so Jim leaves the room to consult with the team observing and working the field. He's done a remarkable job at covering a huge amount of solid ground in a short time, so he returns only with a few follow-up questions, specifically about Marie France. There are some parts of the scenes that investigators are still trying to piece together. Jim asks about the holes in drywall, tying her to the pole in the basement, blood in the upstairs bathroom. Jim asks about what happened to her breasts, and here Russell immediately looks up and frowns with what appears to be genuine confusion. He doesn't remember doing anything in particular. Maybe something happened when he suffocated her.
Do you remember doing anything with her in the basement where you may have used some clothing or something to secure her?
Yeah, I tied her up against one of the poles in the basement initially. I went outside and put the screen back on and secured the window.
Okay. While she was tied to the pole?
Yep.
And what was your thinking behind doing that at that point?
Just to cover up how I'd come in.
Okay. Now, by the time she's tied to that pole, is that in the very initial few minutes kind of thing of the confrontation, or?
That was shortly after I'd subdued her and tied her up, yes.
Okay. Does she have the duct tape on her mouth yet?
I think probably.
Okay.
The pictures will show it.
All right. Now, in the upstairs bathroom by her bedroom, there's looks like something's occurred in there. Remember that?
Yep.
What happened there?
She had passed out on the bed. I had gone to look out the front window, see if anybody was coming. And she got up and closed the bedroom door and raced into the bathroom trying to get somebody's attention. But her mouth was taped and her hands were tied.
Okay. What did you do as a result of that?
Well, I just got in and subdued her again and got her back into the bedroom. Didn't do anything, just regain control of her.
Okay. If I remember correctly, there's a bit of blood in there. Do you know where that blood would have, how that would have occurred?
All the blood was from the initial hits as I was trying to subdue her.
Okay.
Her skin breaking with the blows to her head.
Okay. Do you recall blood being in the bathroom?
No, actually, I didn't have a light on in there, but it didn't surprise me.
Okay. There's a pair of underwear and some socks on the floor of that bathroom that belonged to her. Do you remember how they got there?
I
Do you remember seeing them?
see them.
Okay. What do you recall doing to her breasts? It's pretty clear that there was something happened to her breasts. Do you remember what that might have been?
No, I certainly touched her breasts. I didn't do anything to hurt them.
I remember that?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, Russ,
Now, when I suffocated her, she was on her front. So, may have been something there. But,
what do you mean?
well, she was lying on the floor in the bedroom as I suffocated her and obviously struggled. May have been in there that something happened, but I didn't do anything specific to her breasts.
Okay. So when you suffocate her, that's when you had the duct tape over her mouth and nose? And that's on the floor?
Yeah.
And then what happens after that?
Well, she died, and I then took the duct tape off her head and put her on the bed and covered her up with duvet.
Russell goes to the bathroom, and then they continue more questioning, this time about the past incidents of break-ins that were reported over the years. After going over some of those details, Jim leans into the read technique by adding a cherry on top of this confessional cake. As a form of getting it in writing, he encourages Russell to write apology letters to his victims, their family members, and even his wife. He leaves him alone in the room with a pad of paper for a half an hour, but when he returns, Russell still hadn't written anything. Now that he'd done everything he could for Mary in the moment, he really wasn't interested in apologies. What was the point of lying anymore? He wasn't sorry. Still, Jim encouraged him to show some humanity. In reality, this is also a brilliant legal tactic to show a lack of coercion or false confession wrapped in a self-declared guilt. Upon return, Russell had written 5 letters and 3 drafts crumpled in the trash bin. His first draft to Jessica's mother read as follows. Mrs. Lloyd, you won't believe me, I know, but I am sorry for having taken your daughter from you. Jessica was a beautiful, gentle young woman. I know she loved you very much because she told me she did again and again. The moment she died, she was quite happy because she believed I was going to let her go. She did not know what was coming. Scratch that. Scribble it out. Draft number 2. Mrs. Lloyd, I know you won't believe me, but I am sorry for having taken your daughter from you. Jessica was a beautiful, gentle young woman. I know she loved you very much, though I forced her to have sex. He trailed off before scribbling out lines and trashing it. His third and final letter would read, Mrs. Lloyd, you won't believe me, I know, but I am sorry for having taken your daughter from you. Jessica was a beautiful, gentle young woman, as you know. I know she loved you very much. She told me so again and again. I can tell you that she did not suspect that the end was coming. Jessica was happy because she believed she was going home. I know you have already had a lot of pain in your life. I am sorry to have caused you so much more. Short and sweet, he wrote Jane Doe. I apologize for having traumatized you the way I did. No doubt you'll sleep a bit easier now that I've been caught. With a disgusting tone of sanctimonious condescension, he wrote his next letter. Lori, I am sorry for having hurt you the way I did. I really hope that the discussion we had can help you turn your life around a bit. You seem like a bright woman who could do much better for herself. I do hope you find a way to succeed. He addressed Marie's father in a much less formal letter than he had sent out originally on behalf of the base as her commander. His first draft read, I am sorry for having taken your daughter from you. I know you won't believe me, but that is the case. I know she has been deeply missed by all who knew her. Scratch that. Final version. I am sorry for having taken your daughter, Marie France, from you. I know you won't be able to believe me, but it is true. Marie France has been deeply missed by all who knew her. With every letter to his victims, he couldn't resist adding a slight manipulation tactic for pity, victimizing himself. Poor Russell. He's so sorry and nobody will ever believe him. What a shame. But with straightforward regret, he finally addresses his wife of almost 20 years. Dearest Mary Elizabeth, I love you. I am so very sorry for having hurt you like this. I know you'll take good care of our sweet Rosie. I love you. Russ. Unsurprisingly, this interrogation will go down in history as one of the most outstanding examples of criminal interviewing. It's used as a blueprint for successful methods, and it's taught in university law classes. Of course, like any true pro, it only took a short while after the case was closed for Jim to watch it back with a self-criticism that only proves how quickly his skill set elevates with each case. While some argue that it's the quintessential display of the Reed technique perfectly executed, others say it's the exact opposite. But there lies the misconception entirely. Detectives rarely walk into a room and think, okay, I'm going to use such and such technique on this guy. The best interviewer goes in with a tolerance for unpredictability and a keen sense to read the energy of the conversation as it comes. Throughout his career, Jim had always kept an open mind to the idea of taking what works and leaving the rest when it came to multiple techniques. The more you know, the more tactics you have at your disposal at any given point of a conversation. And it's difficult to imagine such a seamless interrogation with any other officer had a different, more adversarial approach been taken. As it had been Russell's fate to propel with reckless abandon, it had been Jim's fate to bring the nightmare to an abrupt halt. Each man's hunt was now over. Russell was immediately arrested, and the following day, Jessica's body was located at 3:47 a.m. with his assistance. After his initial arrival at the Napanee Detention Center, Russell struggled with what honor would look like there. He had truly believed 100% that he would always be able to manipulate the situation and never get caught. And looking at offenders with a similar MO and track record, Dennis Rader or Joseph James D'Angelo, for example, it's no wonder that Russell thought he too would evade police for decades to come. Fortunately, he had underestimated the OPP, who clearly put a stop to someone who would have become, by definition, a serial killer. Mary would take a leave of absence from work, doing her best to stay out of sight from the public. With their home now being a crime scene, her first instinct for a safe house was Russell's father. Even though he had grown up in his mother's care, it was his father that got the devotion of their son once he took off to college and started using the last name Williams again. Yes, the clipped wings hurt. But it was the total demolition of Mary's life that finally made Russell full of what appeared to be guilt, although it was mostly self-pity. Given his temperament, it's no surprise he became a model prisoner, reaching for the same grit he displayed back in his cadet days. He'd been permanently demoted in rank. He was polite and respectful. even friendly, especially with guards. Still a con man to the end. He spent most of his time reading and logging journal entries. He had no issue with an early rise, carrying out what morning exercises he could in the small, stale cell. After initially being put on suicide watch, he managed to convince the staff there was no cause for concern, but he was just testing them. That would prove to be a lie during Easter weekend in April, when he jammed his door using toilet paper, cardboard, and tinfoil pieces from pudding cups. He had written a suicide note using a mustard packet from dinner the night before, explaining that his affairs were in order and feelings were too much to bear. Then he stuffed a cardboard toilet roll and other paper down his throat, cutting off his access to the recycled prison air. Staff noticed before anything serious happened, but he was placed back on strict suicide watch after that, and they would call him Colonel Mustard. Sometimes the jokes write themselves. In contrast to flying high with some of the most powerful people in the world, Russell would only get a glimpse of fresh air on the rare occasion now, while the rest of the entire building would go on lockdown. His cell was thoroughly searched every day. His shackles remained on at all times, even in the shower. His food would be unwrapped for him like a toddler. If he hadn't wanted to die before, he surely did now. But the humiliation he would face, when all the ugly details would come out during trial, was worse than death for Russell. Investigators would discover a trove of evidence that told a much more horrifying story than Russell's interrogation confessions. Even as gruesome as those details had been, they paled in comparison to what it all looked like when you put the puzzle together. Indeed, the Tweed cottage had red stains near the fireplace where Russell had attempted to clean up Jessica's blood. They found his gear, including the utility knife and his filming equipment. He had concealed videotapes and memory cards in the living room piano. And in Ottawa, there were hard drives hidden in the garage air vents and memory cards tucked randomly away in filing cabinets. Russell had done that as a last-minute precaution before heading to the interview. Both homes would turn up an insane amount of evidence. Insane because, as well hidden as he thought they remained accessible to his wife at any time. Women's underwear in various boxes in their Ottawa basement, his kill kit duffel bag in the Tweed laundry room cupboard. The chances of her rummaging were slim, but they still existed. How would he have explained the duct tape, the rope, the zip ties? There were also 8 large Ziploc bags, meticulously sorted and organized, containing a number of fishnet stockings and other tights, dresses, tops, pajama bottoms, bathing suits, garter belts, over 50 bras, and over 300 pairs of underwear. There were also sex toys he had stolen and a 4x6 photograph of Jane Doe with her boyfriend. Investigators also recovered Russell's well-maintained diary entry spreadsheets of all his crimes, a book called LSI Guide to Lockpicking, lubricant and underwear hidden in his stereo system boxes, a bag containing 8 photographs of Jessica along with her old student ID, and her gray sweatpants and other clothes he had forced her to model that night. By the end of April, 82 extra charges relating to his earlier break-ins were added on to the initial charges. And where some women may have thrown in the towel when it came to their dream home, Mary had no interest in abandoning her beautiful townhouse that had also been a sanctuary for Russell's most immoral desires. And later, the police would pay her over $4,000 as a settlement offer after she complained that they had scratched her precious hardwood floors and damaged a lamp. It was admirable of them not to fight such a ridiculous claim, given the fact that they had not only been careful during their search, but it really wasn't their fault that they were searching her home to begin with. Where the public wanted to grant her compassion, Mary did no favor making it easy. While Russell awaited trial, he would be served notice in May regarding a suit of $2.4 million in damages. His surviving victims had continued to deal with physical and mental struggles that were nearly impossible to put a price tag on. For years, both women had lost sleep, been unable to maintain jobs and interpersonal relationships, and coped with their anxiety through substance abuse. This trauma had rendered them paranoid and depressed. They had required and still required medical and trauma support. Even after Russell was caught, the survivor's guilt of what could have been only deepened the cut. Leaving them alive had spared them death, but nothing else. Given to him through the concrete slot, Russell looked down at the papers, unamused and passive, and then was led back to his cell. But inside, he was fuming. Not only was Jane Doe attempting to go after his pension, which Russell would still have full rights to after any conviction, but Mary Elizabeth's name was also involved. Guards would witness him becoming weepy, most likely anxious over more problems for his wife. Another set of decisions and results that he had no say or control over. This money wasn't just about his own comfort, but helping Mary in the future was the only way he could think of lessening the blow of his betrayals. He had destroyed her life and ripped apart her perfect future of golden years by the lake. This geek-turned-champion pilot husband was now one of Canada's worst offenders. Citing the Fraudulent Conveyances Act, Mary would be involved because of a supposed conspiracy between the two of them to protect as many of their shared assets as possible, like her dream home in Ottawa. Purchased just 4 months earlier for a little under $700,000, it was transferred to Mary's name on March 22nd for a measly $62,000 with an agreement to pay the remainder of the mortgage. She forfeited any interest in the Tweed cottage, leaving just Russell's name on that deed. The lawsuit would point out the suspicious nature of the transaction, which was done so quickly for an amount that was pennies in comparison. However, both Russell and Mary would file their intent to defend themselves. His income would allow him to retain a better lawyer than your average inmate, and he made sure to secure one whose specialty was insurance law. Mary also got a lawyer, arguing that she had paid, quote, due and good consideration for their home. She too was a victim of Russell Williams, and felt it only reasonable and necessary to protect her assets that she had spent 50% of their marriage working towards. Yes, her husband was concerned for her financial well-being and the security of her future, but this exchange was done in good faith between them, and she had no plans to dispose of the home. All my ties are in Ottawa, she explained in a statement. I'm an exemplary community member who works for a large national organization. Russell's military pension of around $60,000 each year would remain untouched under Canadian law. The military, much like Canadian pension laws, states that its income is exempt from attachment, seizure, and execution. Rare exceptions to the rule exist, but he wouldn't be one of them. So no matter how heinous and horrible Russell's crimes were, unlike his victims, he doesn't have to suffer financially. Similarly to Jane Doe, Mary would request that certain aspects remained private and anonymous, like details about her professional and personal life, legal affairs, etc. Jane's anonymity would be something Russell's team would try to fight. And in 2014, Lori would file her own suit against the couple as well, along with the OPP, for a total of $7 million. The damage and pain that Russell had inflicted may have been prevented if they had been more diligent about warning the public. They had failed to protect their community, and Lori. Both Russell and the OPP would settle out of court for an undisclosed amount. As part of his settlement, Russell would request that the lawsuits against Mary be dropped. It was a small victory along a turbulent road of re-traumatizing procedures and battles lasting years. A clean-shaven Russell would hear the list of charges against him by the end of April, including 61 counts of breaking and entering, 11 attempts, and 10 counts of breaking and entering with the intent to commit an indictable offense. Meanwhile, at the base, they had been scrambling to deal with both the press and immediate change in structure during an already chaotic time for the armed forces. An interim commander replaced him, and almost immediately after Russell's arrest, the Department of National Defense removed his biography from their website. To say his colleagues were shocked would be an understatement. This mentor and leader had shown the most intense professionalism, attention to detail, unbridled commitment, and devotion to his position and community. How does one begin to reconcile their own perception of reality with what the truth even means at that point? Whether it was his new recruits, higher-ups, or even prominent dignitaries from around the world, Russell had fooled them all. And those who knew him personally were baffled at the idea that this seemingly kind-hearted, goofy friend, this responsible and ambitious family member, had been a monster hiding in plain sight all along. But they would have no choice but to believe it when Russell pleaded guilty in July from the detention center. He waived his rights to a preliminary inquiry, knowing that there was more than enough sufficient evidence against him for a trial. Mary didn't attend, nor did she have any comment to share with the public. The trial was set for October 2010, with the judge ruling that phones, laptops, and audio recorders would be permitted, but not video or pictures. Cameras are rarely permitted inside Canadian courtrooms, although social media has allowed for a certain amount of quote-unquote live tweeting via journalists. But there's good reason why the country still promotes these precautions as opposed to the US. There could be a reluctance to testify, as cameras can severely impact witnesses. It isn't just someone like Russell that the legal system thinks about. Sometimes the hunger for information is outweighed by the need to protect victims and helpful bystanders. Often, some of the most sensational and high-profile cases that were filmed have led to only more trauma for those involved, distractions at the trial, and lawyers who play it up for the cameras instead of concentrating on their actual case. It causes a curious divide in a worthwhile question. Would cameras in the courtroom leave people feeling more educated or just more entertained? And there's no real evidence to show that cameras in the courtroom improve societal confidence in the legal system, even though there's an understandable response to assume that hiding is only for lying. But here it seems it's more a standard of protection. The trial was handled with as much sensitivity as it could muster, but it would still be brutal for all of those involved, and no doubt the most humiliating time of Russell's life. He could no longer deny his fetish-fueled break-ins, his tendency to steal underwear from girls as young as 9 years old, his hundreds of photographs wearing stolen lingerie and underwear from his victims. His progression from his own detailed evidence had been clear. The escalation from breaking in to the boldness of masturbating and being naked inside homes, then assault without penetration, and soon rape and murder. The videos, photographs, Excel spreadsheets of his crimes were undeniable. A surprising amount of disturbing content would be shared with the public, including several selfies of Russell. But when it came to the videos he had taken of his victims, those would only be viewed by a small number of lawyers and forensic experts. Previous cases, like Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo, had shown the devastating effects on those in the courtroom and jury. And it's not like lawyers or experts have extra special powers to deal with these sorts of things. Russell's evidence was as horrific as it gets. Before the trial, renowned forensic psychiatrist John Bradford was rushed to basically work around the clock, analyzing and testing Russell in between watching the videos to understand his patient. He would watch the videos all day, interview Russell at night to avoid publicity, and get what sleep he could. He had about a month to hand over his findings. And it wasn't like this was the first brutal offender that John had been asked to analyze. He'd sat across the table from the likes of Paul Bernardo and Robert Pickton, which admittedly had given him nightmares. And he was just so busy, so good at his job, so professional, that it wasn't until viewing the tapes of Marie France and Jessica Lloyd did John suddenly feel the toll of this burden hit him like a freight train. You go into the situation knowing that a person will be assaulted and murdered, but you're also overtaken with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, he explained once. After the viewings, John broke down like never before, sobbing in a way he hadn't since he was a young boy. Of course, he told no one, and carried his job out with the utmost professionalism because that's what the victims deserved. After a couple years of relentless insomnia, drinking to cope with serious bouts of depression and suicidal thoughts, his wife urged him to get support. John let the tough guy exterior fall away and started therapy treatment for PTSD. Later, when he was asked to work on the Luca Magnotta case, he turned it down for the sake of his well-being, urging the courts to take painstaking measures when it came to the safety of the public. There's many cases where the person is able to let the images fade over time, as the subconscious files that information away as defective, so to speak. But for many people, especially the friends and family of the victims, these images and themes linger with great detail. After pleading guilty, and stripped of both rank and freedom, Russell would catch news that the military burned his uniform and destroyed his medals. There was no honor left, just worthless shards of gold. At his sentencing, Justice Robert Scott asked him if there was anything he'd like to say for himself, and surprisingly, Russell gave a 4-minute speech. He addressed the court, saying he was indescribably ashamed for his crimes, listing the traumatic events one by one, acknowledging his part in causing their forever suffering. But it wasn't until he mentioned his family, friends, and the Canadian forces that he would take a second to collect himself, getting weepy. "I shall spend the rest of my life regretting above all that I ended 2 vibrant, innocent, and cherished lives. My sincere hope is that my detailed confession the night of February 7th, my cooperation with investigators since, and ultimately my guilty pleas earlier this week have, in some way, served to temper the very, very serious harm that I have caused my victims, their families, and friends. Thank you, Your Honor." Russell was sentenced on October 22, 2010. He would serve 2 concurrent life sentences with no consideration of parole for 25 years. Along with fines, he would also serve concurrent sentences for his other crimes, 1 year for each of the break-ins and 10 years for each of the assaults. Imposed by the Criminal Code of Canada, any sentence on top of life is concurrent. Because he's convicted of multiple murders, Russell isn't eligible for early parole, but he can eventually apply for under-supervised day parole as early as February 2032. But given the insane detailed scope of evidence, the power and pain of the impact statements, and his total and utter lack of emotion since the second he set foot in that interrogation room, it's highly doubtful that he'll ever see the light of day as a free man ever again. Established in 1833, Kingston Penitentiary is closer to the imagination of a typical cinematic prison. Slate stone walls and unique architecture, high dome ceilings connecting the different buildings, creating a skylight effect. A place also called home by the likes of Paul Bernardo, Luca Magnotta, and other notorious criminals in Canada. When Kingston closed its doors in 2013, Russell was transferred to another maximum security prison in Quebec where he resides to this day. His post-interrogation silence would build up the mystique of Russell Williams over time. It's unlikely that he'll ever see freedom again, given the severity of his crimes and the murder of a military officer. But when it comes to the Canadian legal system, you can never really say never. When the truth came to light, it left so many shocked at how he could walk those 2 lines so well. fool some of the most intelligent people in the armed forces, and get away with his crimes for so long. Like offenders with a similar pattern, Russell represents the ultimate lack of distinction between good and evil, their intertwined and undeniable likeness. Like Jekyll embracing his own Edward Hyde, Russell got a taste of his fantasy come to life and chose to go his own dark way. However, Russell didn't split off after drinking a transformational serum. He knew what he was doing and went to great measures to cover his tracks. He abused his position both professionally and also as a way to disarm the vulnerable into a false sense of trust. He was extremely organized and methodical. It's clear that he had fantasized about what he wanted to do and how, becoming more skilled over time to see those desires fulfilled. Like his quick hop from using what was available at the home to bringing his own duffel bag kill kit, his MO would have only continued to shift over time, becoming more elusive and sophisticated. Even though he may not fit the serial killer criteria of 3 or more persons, it's clear that he was stopped just in time. Everything about his behavior was escalating while his professional life was only getting more stressful. The chances of him deciding to not kill again after 2 women at separate times and locations, merely a couple months apart, is highly unlikely. And it wasn't even like Russell could make that decision. It wasn't like flipping the light switch back off. When Jim had asked him if this would have continued had he not been caught, all he could say was, "I hoped it wouldn't happen again." His defense for killing Marie France was the link in the military would be too much. So why not just choose a different victim with less of a connection then? He couldn't. Like an X marking the spot once Russell set his eyes on a target, the deranged compulsive thoughts would not let up. Without so many words, even he admitted that this was somehow the one area of his life where he lacked control. In the very least, he's a serial predator and a serial offender. If there was ever a subject we could definitively point to as a serial killer in the making, it's Russell Williams. Great research has been done with what's available to determine what criteria he may meet. There's a number of possibilities, including narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, avoidant personality disorder, transvestic disorder, pedohepaphilic disorder, and sexual sadism. Some of these are easier to diagnose than others, even with his refusal to be interviewed or analyzed. He has no interest in being a case study, especially given that the findings would only further work against him, not for him. Anything beyond police interviews and trial transcripts is tucked away in the depths of Russell's mind, leaving certain details out of the picture and any conclusion in the least incomplete. Having a brother who shared a similar childhood and didn't turn into a sadistic murderer, it gets murky when you look at where Russell's issues began. "I can't figure out what went wrong," his stepfather Jerry told the Globe and Mail. Whether as a self-soothing activity or a sexualized interest, it wouldn't be far off to imagine that his fetishism started earlier than his 20s or 30s, like he disclosed during his interrogation. And there's actually research to show that males with transvestic disorder often tend to compensate with more masculine roles, like his choice to join the military. And the sexual sadist in him may have found that the military was a great source to exert power and control through other means, attempting to satiate the gnawing beneath his skin. The physical and mental demands of his successful ladder climbing was thrilling enough, until he got so good at his job that it landed him a little more free time than perhaps he'd been planning for. Like most sexual sadists, Russell suffered from persistent fantasies about inflicting pain and suffering. This isn't about a kink for control. There's nothing wrong with a fetish that involves consent. But these went beyond bedroom role plays and were things he could not act out with his wife. When it came to Mary, he would have known better. And this went way deeper than getting his kicks out. It would solve nothing because sexual sadism is more than just rough sex. The thing that did it for Russell was total domination and control, the ability to strip someone of all their defenses and make them hurt. In both the murders of Marie France and Jessica, we can see how a deadly game of cat and mouse gave him pleasure. He liked holding their life in his hands and wanted them to know that he was capable of snatching it away in an instant. Renowned criminal profiler Roy Hazelwood, one of the first members of the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit in the early 1970s, has gathered a massive amount of knowledge over the thousands of rapes and homicides he's studied. A specialist in the mental and emotional aspects of the criminal offender, he analyzed each of Russell's crimes at different stages of escalation and classified him as an organized killer. Hazelwood actually developed the personality type of both the disorganized and organized offender throughout his work in the 80s. And he also used his research to create 6 categories of rapists. Excluding opportunistic and gang types, Russell would blend into different elements of the other 4: power reassurance, power assertive, anger retaliatory, and the most rare, anger excitation. He was a macho type who looked for opportunity, while also wanting to punish and degrade his victims. Pleading with someone like Russell would only dissuade him further. Inflicting pain and suffering was the entire point for him and the best part of his fantasy come to life. When it comes to sexual sadists, most experts agree that there is no cure, no fix, and no mending. There's no rehabilitation possible for someone who's crossed that line. Some specialists think that had Russell gotten pharmaceutical and conditioning therapy, maybe he would have had a chance at living a normal life and rewiring those thoughts. But even Hazelwood considered Russell to be one of the most deviant and dangerous offenders he's ever analyzed. He planned his entry, exit, and executed his fantasies in between with nearly flawless skill. He used his power to capture and hold his victims, forcing them into poses and positions, constantly testing their compliance. The element of contempt became more evident with each attack, like striking his victims or suffocating Marie France repeatedly as she begged him to stop. There was never a chance of survival in the end. Russell was a great white shark, out for blood. While the argument of whether or not Russell is a psychopath seems to be a main focus, it's more evident that Russell breaks the mold and, regardless, has many psychopathic traits. Unlike what you would typically expect, he was able to maintain relationships, displayed no outward antisocial behaviors, and throughout his childhood and adulthood, managed to be a responsible and reliable person who could imitate respect and kindness as if it was absolutely genuine. Sure, he was awkward and introverted. Even Russell himself said if you looked into his background, it would be very boring. But part of that could also be due to Russell's keen ability to adapt, to deceive whoever he needed to, and manipulate situations to his advantage. It's clear from Russell's interrogation that he has a total lack of affect when discussing the torture and suffering he's inflicted. And during the videotapes, it would be even worse. His callous disregard is consistent with the traits of a psychopath, and considering how Jim had to pull those apology letters out of him, it's doubtful that any of those sentiments were true remorse. Even if there was an inkling of regret when it came to what he had done to Mary, that too may have been less about emotion and more about the logistics of the situation. His sense of control and self-gratification came before everything and everyone. And on the other side of that angry coin is also a tendency to become more needy, obsessional, and prone to rumination. Russell's private life wasn't exactly traumatic, but it was no stranger to constant twist and turn either. He would witness both of Mary's parents dying in 2000 and 2004, purchasing the cottage and beginning some pseudo-bachelor life soon after. Mary would have her own professional promotions, diving into her work and preferring a dream home to a life with Russell full-time. Whether Russell found her independence admirable or slightly defiant, it was convenient for him. His first break-in happened 2 months before Mary's 50th birthday. And Russell, too, was aging. Was there a pressing fear of not ever being able to actually carry out these fantasies? A neighbor of Russell's claimed to have a conversation with him about how his prednisone prescription was giving him issues with insomnia. After Dubai, he had been on a regular pharmaceutical plan for his ever-worsening chronic pain. Many wonder if this also contributed to his sudden mood changes. Being on steroids and pain medications may not have cost him his job in the military, given that it was prescribed by a doctor. But in the least, Russell shouldn't have been flying, and he must have known that his most worthy skill was on a countdown. In 2009, when a friend would visit him in Tweed, he noticed a large amount of pill bottles in the bathroom medicine cabinet. It's a stretch to attribute crimes of such magnitude to a change in behavior via chemical. But surely this medical issue was a mortal sign of a chapter coming to a close. No more awards and medals, no more importance, no more audiences. On more than one occasion, to friends and even colleagues, Russell lamented over the death of his 18-year-old cat Curio in December 2008. Even a few times during his interrogation, he brought it up, expressing how difficult it was for him. During their search, hundreds of Curio photos will be found filed away among the proof of his crimes. Although the break-ins were already underway by then, Russell describes this event as traumatic for him. For some people, the potential for a true connection and sense of loss shows the seesaw between sociopath and psychopath in Russell Williams. And while a spectrum can exist, and the chance that Russell felt more for this cat than any human he'd ever come across in his life is very real, it's also possible that the passing of Curio marked another distinct line in the sand between the end of one part of his life and the lonely, uncomfortable beginning of another. The start of 2009 had felt like a life hangover for Russell, depleted and lackluster of all satisfaction. The isolation of his bacheloresque lifestyle no doubt triggering those memories of his solitary basement apartment when he was single, rejected, and unsure of his future. But there would be no grand pivot this time like when he had thrown all he had left into becoming a pilot. This sudden and total lack of identity looming could have played a large role in Russell finally deciding to cast away any remnant of humanity. According to Russell's timeline, it wasn't until his 40s that the fantasies turned into actual burglaries and murders. Seemingly, he had lost all ability to maintain the standard of control, and violent fantasies were no longer enough. The culmination of stress factors in his personal and professional life pushed him across that line. After a couple years of trial runs, always attempting to enact the fantasy just like it was in his head, it's clear that in the least he had been thinking about this for a long, long time. It would have been impossible for Russell to maintain his nightly stalking and daily commanding schedule if he had stayed in Ottawa with Mary. And that restraint was becoming more and more removed as Mary's own professional career took off. There was nothing left besides Russell and his own lack of conscience. An empty soldier, he only knew how to do the right thing when someone instructed him to. But what was it that brought out his distinct hatred for women? A desire so warped that only total suffering and control over them would do. A lot of people think that a college breakup, which left him heartbroken, was the moment Russell decided to withdraw his vulnerability from the world around him for good, slowly harboring a loneliness that could never be appeased by Mary's love or company. But it feels a little Ted Bundy, doesn't it? Chances are it was less heartbreak and more narcissistic injury, an unwilling ego secretly collecting injustices. And even if that rejection had sparked his willingness to play daredevil in the sky, there was almost an undeniable fate when it came to his meeting Mary. Cut from the same cloth, she had believed they were soulmates. Some may call her the most uncurious woman there ever was. It seems that she was fulfilled more by the care Russell took in providing a life for them, and knew the role of a military wife required an enormous amount of self-sacrifice and distance. It was her lack of demands which allowed Russell to compartmentalize for years and search deep for pieces of what could be endearment or even love. But unfortunately, it's clear he always came up empty-handed. The instances of kindness or compassion that Russell may have shown his victims was more just a cat-and-mouse game, part of being able to bestow relief or take it away at the drop of a hat. Fulfilling Jane Doe's request for clothes or Laurie's for Tylenol is not some confusing sign that points to elements of humanity or empathy in Russell. His good deeds held the same lack of reason as his bad deeds, all hinging on whatever direction the needle pointed at that moment. Russell himself couldn't even explain his actions, but it was always about power and reminding his victims who had it. As cliché as it is, sometimes the simplest answer still makes the most sense. Even though he spent his childhood being raised by her after the divorce, Russell would cut ties with both his mother and brother Harvey when she left his stepfather Jerry in 2001. Having always been attractive and put effort into her looks, Christine remains a mysterious part of his maturing. According to those who knew her, she was both strict and overbearing, shallow and materialistic, and a cold and distant mother at best. Did Russell witness his mother doing several innocent drive-bys to spy on her soon-to-be ex-husband? Did he harbor resentment to this woman for moving him to another place and changing his last name? Throughout the years, Russell had remained close enough with his father, much closer as an adult. Mary would stay with him after Russell was arrested, seeking solace from the only parental figure in her life that was still alive. And it's possible that both parenting styles contributed to an insecure attachment. A clinical analysis of sexual aggression and compulsive sexual murderers, using the works of author Louis B. Schlesinger and Dr. Eugene Revich, proposed that most hold a combination of hostility towards women, a preoccupation with maternal sex conduct, overt or covert incestuous preoccupation, guilt over sexual purity, or rejection and feelings of sexual inferiority. The early childhood factors in Russell's life cannot be overlooked, but the gaps of information leave curiosity and assumption from just statistics. Themes of inappropriate emotional involvement with a mother, such as witnessing their mother's promiscuity or seduction, is also not uncommon. And we know that both David and Christine were not the type of parents to put their children first. Dinner parties came before parenting duties, and the divorce hadn't changed any of that. She was remarried within weeks after essentially swapping partners with her husband. Russell often spoke about the whole thing like an extremely embarrassing joke. The role of the mother is also significant when it comes to Russell's transvestic fetishes and desires. Usually a fetish is a symbol for a link to a significant person, a splitting off of the logical, a strange love-hate response. However, this is only speculation from what can be observed. And it isn't so much about blaming the mother figure, but rather evaluating the chance of displaced aggression onto other females, like his victims. Sometimes the connecting dots aren't defining moments that immediately stand out. Large parts of Russell's growing up is peppered with seemingly insignificant events that surely, over time, grow a disdain for those around him, especially women. Most sexual sadists, by all appearances, are the good guys. They seem to be intelligent, highly social, law-abiding, and conventional men. Whether Russell enjoyed his double life or not doesn't matter, given how well he played both roles. His career allowed him to embrace a certain sense of entitlement, see his grandiosity come to fruition, and harbor emotional detachment as a skill. Nobody knew how much sacrifice it had taken to smother the grabbing, slithering ghosts of his separateness. Falling victim to his own risk for the sake of hypersexual needs, Russell tossed all honor to the wind and put every nightmarish desire on a pedestal. Once he started, he couldn't take it back. And it seems that, however rare, there were moments when even Russell trembled at the ferocious beast he had uncaged. The compelling and disturbing case of Russell Williams has been featured in numerous news specials, documentaries, and even a Lifetime movie that casts aside accuracy for a more spicy and basic approach. A story of a seemingly brilliant and ambitious man, spinning invisible plates until it all comes crashing down. His silence allows room for mystery and interpretation, and it makes for good entertainment when it's shaped that way, but in reality it's more horrifying. Russell Williams was ruthless and predatory in a way that manages to make some other killers look meek. But it was less about brilliance and more about abuse of power and timelines that worked in his favor. When Russell had answered Lori's why, saying it was so they could both move on with their lives, we can see how he was driven by satisfying the ache that he could no longer fend off. All his prestigious ladder climbing was coming to a slow tread. No more uniform, no more speed, no more skies, no more control. But then he got a taste of the urge he'd been fighting off for years, and like a crooked picture frame on the wall, he would adjust and readjust until his mission was truly complete. Whether he consciously knew it or not, his path of escalation proves that murder was always on the table. Russell was too intelligent and well-trained not to assess the risks, not to over-prepare and make a plan B if needed. Long before he broke into the home of Marie France, he knew that connection meant he was playing with fire. During the interrogation, Russell's difference in demeanor when both Marie and Jessica are brought up is very telling. He's endearing and almost pleasant when he recalls Jessica, displaying a fondness for her being a nice girl. Unlike Marie, she had complied without negotiation or aggression. She had never attempted to fight Russell back once. A tough military woman was another story. Russell didn't want to indulge in the details of that attack, the violence it had required. He blamed Marie for not behaving, for causing him to switch trajectories, turning planes into missiles in the dead of night. "I only hit her the once, on Friday night," Russell had proudly declared when he described kidnapping and killing Jessica. Marie had brought out the animal on multiple occasions, screamed and swore, begged for any speck of decency in him. She didn't make it easy. Jessica, on the other hand, had allowed Russell to avoid the true nature of what he was doing. Less complicated, less noisy. But all each woman proved is that it didn't matter whether you fought for your life or quietly bargained. Russell was without mercy. Estranged from his brother for years, Harvey was shocked to see Russell's face flash across the television screen. And having disgraced their legacy, his father would struggle to find forgiveness, but eventually take pity on his son and support Mary emotionally on the outside, as they both grieved a person that had been, essentially, make-believe. Colleagues and friends were ashamed to admit they'd broken bread with a man capable of such heinous acts. The strong independence that Mary Harriman had nurtured within herself had become a tool used against her by the one person she loved and trusted the most. People would wonder how it was possible that she didn't know a thing about Russell's desires and crimes. With hundreds of pieces of evidence sitting in boxes under her own roof, that level of incurious ignorance would be outright unbelievable for some. One of those people would be Lori herself, who would accuse Mary of turning a blind eye to her husband's illicit conduct, claiming that by taking ownership of the Ottawa home, she had something to gain from all this. But if you take away the crimes, you have a very typical military wife, willing to set aside immediate wants and self-sacrifice preferences for the big picture. She would struggle through the lonely weekends, the demands of total self-sufficiency, even holidays with thousands of miles between them. She had spent years adapting to changes in Russell's positions, moving to different cities, and constantly compromising the beginning stages of her career for his role. She barely saw the Ottawa home as a prize, just a desperate attempt to keep some semblance of her life the same, the place where she spent the majority of her time alone. Even though she would ask an Ottawa court to keep her records sealed in December 2010, it was clear that Mary was in no financial position to go purchasing a home by herself, free of any sign or memory of her husband. Filing for divorce, she wanted to keep things as private as possible, but in a strange irony, that process involved supporting evidence, revealing even more than what anyone else already knew. Mary's psychiatrist had written a letter talking about the effect of Russell's crimes on her mental health and well-being, as well as her personal life and career. After the shock wore off, she was left with chronic stress, panic attacks, depression, and she lost over 30 pounds the following year after his arrest. Friends and coworkers made huge efforts to support her where they could, but during the quiet moments when she was by herself, her thoughts would race. She had nightmares of the victims and their family members. She too was bewildered by her own naive assumptions. But there had been no signs, no changes in behavior, no reason to ever think that life was any different than it had always been. Having already been a private and quiet person who kept to herself, this new scarlet letter was a shared sentence with Russell. For the rest of their lives, both of them would share a burden of guilt and regret. During Russell's sentencing hearing, she left the country altogether just to maintain her privacy. But even after filing for divorce, Mary would continue to visit Russell in prison. When it comes to whether or not she had any idea, there is no proof, just speculation. As a pathetic apology, Russell's continual concern for her would be shown from prison by silence and protecting Mary's future, if just financially. With comfort and status being placed on a pedestal, there was a reason these two had found such a familiar home in each other. And whether Mary had any softness remaining within her after such a devious betrayal, she would need to stifle that in order to survive. She saw the pity in people's eyes, felt their glances on her back, desperately attempting to be unassuming and nonchalant. There would be no lawn chairs by the lake, no sunsets punctuating their golden years. Now it was just about borrowing moments of happiness where she could find them. But as hard as she tried, it was as if they were never hers to keep. There would always be a past that still jolted her awake in the night, reminding her that life itself was now the bad dream. Many people in Cozy Cove and Tweed were left shaken as well, some even irreparably affected, like Jane Doe and Lori. And Lori would also have the added guilt and unfortunate tension with Larry Jones, who would finally be vindicated without a shadow of a doubt. It would take time for everyone to move on and make sense of such an unbelievable unfolding of events. There were angry parents, traumatized teenagers, women like Anne, and so many victims who had basically spent years gaslighting themselves about a paranoia of violation they couldn't shake. Russell would put the small town and nearby base Trenton on the map in a way that haunted everyone. The Canadian Forces would do its best to wipe their slate clean of Russell's history and presence there, but that would be impossible. The fact that Russell held such prestigious roles under the guise of protection and service would only make the story that much more compelling in nature. He would forever remain a shameful footnote. In May 2012, the forces would apologize for unknowingly publishing a booklet with a photograph of Russell inside, ordering over 4,000 copies to be destroyed. Even though the booklet had nothing to do with Russell, many were still deeply offended and re-traumatized by the lack of detail on their part. Later that summer, Russell's cottage in Tweed was broken into, having stood abandoned and emptied for 2.5 years since the day of his arrest. Prying open a window in the living room, the intruder took Russell's fishing boat parked in the garage. After stripping it of all its motors, they attempted to set the boat on fire, turning the blue and gray into a burnt black. The boat had been left along the same road where Russell had dumped Jessica's body. And that wasn't the only bizarre thing about the crime. It had taken place in late July, in broad daylight. Even from prison, now Russell would finally feel the lack of control and pure violation he had doled out on so many lives. Russell would sell the cottage from prison in 2013 as part of the negotiations for the Jane Doe and Lori lawsuits. The family who purchased the home had been Russell's old next-door neighbors. Their daughter's bedroom had been Russell's first break-in when they were out of town. And of course, many people would wonder how they could desire to live in a home with such close connection to their own experience. But their love for Cozy Cove ran deep. It hurt them to see unfamiliar cars slow down to gawk at the house of a monster, sometimes even getting out to take pictures like a memorial site. It had started to look unkept, with the lawn and plants taking over the yard, an ugly reminder of an ugly nightmare. Having a familiarity with construction and renovations, the cottage would be in good hands. And besides the aesthetics, there was nobody else willing to buy that house, for good reason. Despite the judgment they were receiving over the decision, ultimately they decided it was the right thing to do. Purchasing the home would also be a part of the lawsuit still waiting to be settled, hopefully allowing the process to move forward. All victims, including the family of Jessica Lloyd, endorsed this sale. Both Marie's home and Jessica's little bungalow were sold as well. Roxanne couldn't bear to keep the family home, now marked with a permanent wound that would never fully heal. It's difficult knowing what to do and how to treat property stigmatized by crimes. Even Larry Jones was willing to purchase the land, but only if the house was torn down. There's many instances where people may not mind the location, but the home itself, it's too much of a psychological impact. Of course, this has a lot to do with the buyer. Their personal values or any spiritual or religious beliefs, their background and age, their perspective on the event, etc. For some, it may be overwhelming. For others, a shrug of the shoulders. In this particular situation, it was less about making it a spectacle and more about keeping the dignity of the victims protected, especially Jessica. Newcomers and the passing of time would ease the dark clouds that seemed to loom over certain places in Ontario, letting the sunlight stream through the windows as happier echoes marked a different time. The families of Jessica and Marie had been thoroughly prepped for the trial and given the respect of hearing the gritty, horrible details for the first time outside of the courtroom, although this meant that they had to live through it twice. It would take a while for the phones to stop ringing, for the media to stop hounding them for snapshots of their most painful moments. Andy became the spokesperson for the Lloyd family, doing his best to maintain composure. Even now, it doesn't get any easier to find the words. Every year, obviously, we have birthdays and the anniversary of her death that comes up. Thanksgiving was just a couple weeks ago. It was just me and my mom. Unfortunately, that's the way it's been, and that's the way it will be, he told a reporter on the decade anniversary. Jessica's funeral was supposed to be the start of a girls' trip with her mother in Cuba. The two of them had been so close. It always feels like a piece of her is missing. Her favorite Maple Leafs player, Ty Domi, would send out a heartfelt message on his website to the family, something that Andy knows his sister would have totally lost it over. He likes to think she still did, somewhere. He would take the little black Pontiac that Jessica loved so much, a symbol of her carefree spirit and wild independence, her childlike disposition and matching smile, candy in the glove compartment, always sweetness to spare. Andy felt the pain of being alive, but refused to be cut down to size by the capacity of his own grief. He would drive these familiar roads for the two of them now, rolling the windows down and blasting their favorite band, the Tragically Hip. There are these flashes of it feeling so real. It's almost like she's still here. He misses her so much it's a wonder the concrete doesn't split in two and swallow him whole. Sometimes the consolation prize is turning the emptiness into something worthwhile. Gord Downey laments through the speakers. For a good life, we just might have to weaken and find somewhere to grow.